Chapter 859. Behemoth Forest, outside the campsite. In the darkest moment of the night, several silhouettes silently appeared here. There were 5 black-clothed men dressed in robes that were the same color as the night sky. They were arranged in a convex formation, and the leader even used a cloak to cover his head. In addition to the effect of the surrounding darkness, it was impossible to see his face under the cloak. Behind him stood 4 guards, very loyally guarding the 2 sides of the leader. However, there was a trace of unconcealable fear in the eyes of the 4 guards. They did not even dare to look at the leader. It was clear that the person they were afraid of was the leader in front of them. It was unknown if the leader had realized that his subordinates were afraid of him. His face, which was hidden under the cloak, was facing a certain direction in the camp. He did not speak, but a wave of ferocious aura, like that of a wild beast, flashed from his body. Seeing this scene, the fear in the eyes of the 4 guards became even stronger. The identity of the 5 people was already obvious. They were Marcus and his 4 loyalists who escaped not long ago. Perhaps even the Thunder King would never have guessed that Marcus, who had escaped not long ago, would actually return a few hours later. The 4 loyalists secretly glanced at Marcus and opened their mouths. They seemed to want to say something, but in the end, they did not say anything. Because they knew why Marcus had come here. And they also knew that even if they tried to persuade Marcus, he would not listen to half a word. They might even anger him and become the target of his anger. Rather than that, it was better to be obedient. Thinking of this, the 4 loyalists returned to their expressionless appearance. They slightly raised their fighting aura. As long as Marcus and his group moved, they would follow him and break into the campsite. Yes, break into the campsite. This was equivalent to courting death, but now they had to follow Marcus and do it. Of course, if it was in the past, then this action would be courting death. But now, the 4 loyalists tacitly recalled the scene they saw last night that would be engraved in their minds for a lifetime. Their hearts could not help but twitch, and fear appeared in their eyes once again. And at that moment, Marcus finally made his move. Without even greeting his subordinates, his cloaked figure flickered and turned into an afterimage, rushing into the camp like a gust of wind. Marcus had already entered the camp without even the guards in the surroundings noticing his presence. Seeing this, the 4 loyalists' faces changed. They hurriedly avoided the eyes of the guards and rushed into the camp. In the camp, inside Wu Yan's tent, leaning on his bed, Wu Yan stretched. There was an unconcealable joy on his face, showing his mood. In his arms, Chuju was lying there, pressed against Wu Yan's chest. Listening to Wu Yan's heartbeat, she was panting non-stop. Her eyes were as soft as water, and her face was still red from the joy. Wu Yan caressed Chuju's pink hair that was covered in sweat. Smelling Chuju's natural fragrance, he felt an inexplicable sense of calmness. Other than that, there was also a trace of pride and regret. After a day of research, the group of girls still couldn't find a way to activate Pandora. They all returned home in disappointment. Since the girls returned in defeat, Wu Yan's declaration came as expected. Thus, tonight, Hinajiku fell under his vicious hands, becoming the first victim of the family law. Isn't this enough for Wu Yan to be pleased with himself? As for his regret, it's the fact that he didn't manage to capture all of the girls tonight and execute the family law. He really wanted to, but how could the girls who are familiar with Wu Yan not know of his evil intentions? Thus, before night fell, they all went into their tents one by one, not giving him the chance to catch them all in one fell swoop. The only way he could do that is if he went into the tents one by one, but that's not going to work either. If he went into the tents, the girls he caught earlier would run away. Therefore, Wu Yan could only execute his house discipline over several nights. This was the reason why Wu Yan felt regret. After some time, Chuju finally let out a sigh of relief. She raised her head and looked at Wu Yan. Yan. Chuju looked at Wu Yan's face and called out softly. Wu Yan looked down in confusion. Her yellowish-green eyes met with Wu Yan's deep wine-red eyes. Hinajika's expression became slightly dazed, but she quickly regained her senses. Blushing, she hurriedly opened her mouth to distract herself. When can we leave the camp? Wu Yan blinked when he heard that. What? Are you tired of staying in the camp? It's not that. Chuju shook her head. I just feel that we're not from the camp and we don't bring any benefits to the camp. If we keep staying here, I feel like I'm lazy in someone else's home. After listening to Hinajiku's explanation, Wu Yen agreed with her. It seems like their current situation is just like a lazy worm living under someone else's roof. Wu Yen scratched his head and sighed. Actually, I don't really want to stay here either. However, once we leave, will my sisters be able to leave with us in a grandiose manner? Then what should we do? Chuju wrinkled her nose. Do we have to stay here forever? That's not the case. Wu Yen looked up at the top of the tent. Katsu-chan is already thinking of a way to let the girls live a normal life while also solving the current situation. Is it okay? Don't worry, it's fine. Wu Yen rested his head on top of Hinajiku's head. He smelled her hair and he grinned. In terms of strength, Misaki-chan might not even be a match for you. However, when it comes to brains, other than coterie, none of us can beat her. Leave it to her. Is that so? Chuju was relieved to hear Wu Yan's words. She said with a hint of jealousy. You really do trust Shokuho, Aya? You're jealous just like that? Wu Yen looked at Hinajiku's pretty face in amusement and knocked her on the head. If it was you, I'd trust her too, Hinajiku snorted coquettishly. A smile appeared in her beautiful eyes, but her mouth said, Who needs your trust? You can trust Shokuho alone. Oh, you're quite jealous. Wu Yen raised an eyebrow. His hand on Chuju's back slowly moved down. Do you need me to comfort you? Yua. Chuju was shocked. She quickly pressed Wu Yan's hand down. Her face turned red. She only has the strength to speak. If he continues, she won't be able to get up tomorrow. But it's clear that the wolf doesn't intend to stop. His hand kept moving down. Chuju couldn't stop it. Chuju had no choice but to say something. Hey, I won't say it, okay? Hinajiku pouted and said in a wronged tone. Wu Yen had no choice but to stop. However, the regret on his face was clearly and undisguised, making Hinajiku feel all sorts of annoyed. She kept sighing in her heart. She's the president of the student council of the White Emperor College. She's the one who manages the affairs of the entire noble school. In the past, it's only people who are convinced by her. She's never been convinced by anyone. But who would have thought that she's begging for mercy in front of Wu Yen? She's not acting like herself anymore. Although this submission is not the same as the submission, and at this time, if the male side were to submit, then the female side would probably be dissatisfied as well. The two cannot be discussed together, but in the heart of our strong-willed president, there is actually no difference. Chuju finally understood that she's going to fall for this hateful guy for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Chuju couldn't help but pinch Wu Yan's waist. What are you doing? Nothing. Why do you look like you're not convinced? Did I offend you in some way? No, what? Chapter 860. The Behemoth Forest encampment is huge, comparable to a small city. There are several thousand people stationed in the encampment alone. Every night, there are a lot of guards patrolling the area. They are at least at the 6th rank, most of them are at the 7th rank, and there are even a few at the 8th rank. With the strength of these patrols, it would be extremely difficult for outsiders to infiltrate the encampment. However, this is not a problem for the 4 loyalists who infiltrated the encampment yesterday. It is also not a problem for Marcus, who is much stronger than the 4 loyalists. Under the cover of the night, the 5 of them easily avoided the patrols. Even the 8th rank guards didn't notice them. The 5 of them rushed towards one of the areas in the encampment at a moderate speed. Hey, brothers! The teams that just finished gathering came over and greeted the patrols that have been patrolling for half the night. It's time to change shifts. You should go rest. The night patrols had to be changed as well. Otherwise, after a night, even if nothing happened because of their cultivation, it would inevitably affect their work during the day. Therefore, it was very necessary to change the shifts of the guards. Especially recently, the camp was in the midst of troubled times. Sometimes, they couldn't even sleep, so it was even more necessary to change shifts to rest. It's finally time to change shifts. Finally, we can rest. Let's go to sleep. One of the patrolling team members sighed. They chatted with each other as they walked towards their own tents. When they arrived at the encampment area, they naturally split up and walked towards their own tents. A guard who was separated from his teammates was walking back to his residence alone. Suddenly, he felt a blur in front of his eyes, and a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. He was shocked and opened his mouth wide. Just as he was about to scream, the black shadow quickly raised its head. A black gas shot out from under the cloak. It shot into the guard's eyes. The guard felt dizzy, and soon his consciousness blurred. His eyes gradually became dull, and the fluctuations of his emotions slowly disappeared from within. He was like a puppet. "Tell me." A hoarse voice came from under the cloak. "Where is Wu Yen?" Marcus used to be the person in charge of the entire camp. He knew where Wu Yen and the others lived. However, ever since Andrew failed to assassinate Shokuho Misaki, they had changed their residence, so Marcus wasn't sure where they were. He only had a rough idea that it was in this area. However, it couldn't be ruled out that Wu Yen and the others had changed locations in the past few days. Marcus had no choice but to take control of one of the garrisons, and he didn't have such means in the past. "It's in the east," the guard said in a daze. That. Inside the cloak, a blood-red light flashed. "What about his women?" "It's also in the east," the guard said mechanically. Marcus nodded slightly. "Take me there." The guards didn't resist. They turned around and led Marcus and the other 4 loyalists towards the east side of the area. Along the way, many patrols discovered this garrison, but they didn't discover Marcus and the 4 loyalists beside him. They seemed to know this garrison, so they didn't come forward to ask anything, saving Marcus a lot of effort. After advancing for a while, they arrived at the edge. The garrisoned personnel suddenly stopped moving forward. Marcus and the 4 loyalists raised their heads and looked ahead. There, nearly 10 tents were set up in a very isolated corner and didn't converge with the other tents. Marcus understood that those tents were where Wu Yen and the others were staying. The body hidden in the cloak began to tremble slightly, but it didn't take long for Marcus to suppress it. Holding back the roar that was about to erupt, Marcus whispered, "Why did you stop? Which tent is Wu Yen in?" The guard's voice was emotionless. "I only know that several sirs are staying here, but I don't know which one is staying in which tent." Marcus flinched for a bit before he understood. The guards couldn't enter the area Wu Yen and Co. are staying in. That's why they know where they are staying, but they don't know who is staying in which tent. Looking at the several tents in front of him, Marcus clenched his fists and didn't immediately enter them. After all, Wu Yen wasn't the only one there. There were 2 other 9th-rank existences. He didn't know that there were more than 2 9th-rank existences there. There were 7 of them. In the tent area where Wu Yen and the others were staying, the lights were all dimmed. It meant that the owners were asleep. Looking from the outside, although there was no way to know the situation inside, the faint sound of breathing that could be heard would only give others the impression that the person inside had already fallen asleep. But, unexpectedly, there was an exception. In one of the tents, the lights were all dimmed. However, the 2 girls living there weren't asleep. No, they weren't asleep, they couldn't fall asleep. Angeloids don't have dreams and they can't sleep. Ikaros and Astrea laid on the bed, but they didn't close their eyes. They looked at each other in silence. Ikaros and Astrea's cheeks were fiery red. Ikaros was no exception. Before they came to Wu Yan's side, the nights were filled with loneliness and solitude for these 2 beauties. They're already used to it. However, ever since they came to Wu Yan's side, their habits started to crumble. That's because they couldn't fall asleep at night. Only by staying beside Wu Yen would they feel safe and fulfilled. Without Wu Yen, they would feel lonely and lonely. That's why when their master fell asleep at night, the 2 angeloids would sneak into Wu Yan's tent and spend the entire night looking at his sleeping posture. That's the only way they wouldn't feel lonely. Of course, Wu Yen knew about this, but he didn't point it out. Once he feels the 2 girls beside him, if he's tired, he would fall asleep while holding their hands. If he's full of energy, Ikaros and Astrea would have to roll in the sheets with him. Of course, Ikaros and Astrea didn't accompany Wu Yen every night. For example, in this situation, They knew Chuju was in Wu Yan's tent doing something shameless. They didn't dare to enter his tent. If they entered, they would end up like Chuju. A certain wolf would take advantage of them. Thus, the two girls returned to their tents. Blushing, they're probably imagining the scene where they did it with Wu Yan, but at a certain moment, the red-faced Ikaros lifted her head. Her pair of indigo pupils flashed and contracted. Then a square frame appeared as her pupils turned crimson red. Ikaros-senpai. The sudden change surprised Astria. Before she could ask, Ikaros stood up abruptly. With a flap of her wings, Ikaros dashed out of the tent. Astria reacted and a square frame appeared in her eyes. As an angel like Ikaros, even though her brain wasn't that bright, she knew Ikaros wouldn't do something so meaningless. Ikaros must have noticed something, that's why she flew out in such a hurry. Astria flapped her pure white wings and flew out of the tent at a speed comparable to Ikaros. She arrived beside Ikaros, who was standing at the entrance of the tent. Astria saw what was happening outside the tent. Astria saw. In front, not far away, 5 black figures were standing beside a guard. The one in the lead was emitting a very ominous aura. Even an idiot like Astria eliminated the possibility of the other party being friendly when she sensed the ominous presence. Are they trying to harm Master? With this thought in mind, the square frames in the two women's eyes suddenly expanded, and a halo flashed above their heads for a moment. The two girls shot out like cannonballs. Chapter 861. Marcus, who was thinking of a way to sneak past Ikaros and Flanderchan's tent to assassinate Wu Yan and the other girls, turned around in shock. When he saw Ikaros and Astria charging at him, his expression changed. Marcus clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I was discovered. How? Marcus believed that he had hidden his whereabouts very well, and the 4 loyal followers beside him were all capable of hiding their tracks. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hide from the eyes and ears of the entire camp and save him. But he didn't expect that in the end, he was still discovered. Marcus miscalculated. He didn't know anything about the girl's abilities. Just like how Andrew didn't expect Shokuhun Misaki to have the ability to sense other people's psyche waves, Marcus didn't expect Ikaros to be able to detect him when he thought he had hidden himself well. But he didn't expect Ikaros to be able to detect him. If that's the case. His cloak fluttered despite the lack of wind. Wisps of black gas came out of it and enveloped Ikaros and Astria like a dark cloud. Then I will take care of you first. A cold voice came out of Marcus' mouth and echoed in the ears of the 4 die-hard loyalists. Kill that golden-haired one. Yes, sir. The loyalists shouted. Then, they leaped into the air and charged towards Astria. Marcus, on the other hand, turned his attention to Ikaros. Perfect, let's see how strong a Tier 9 fighter like you is. As soon as he finished speaking, Marcus spewed out black gas from his feet, turning him into a rocket launcher as he charged towards Ikaros. Boom, the sound of a collision echoed throughout the camp. Such a loud and clear voice was no different from a sudden clap of thunder in the silent night. He believed that if this voice were to spread out, then everyone in the camp would hear it and come over. The 5 of them surrounded Marcus. But strangely enough, invisible sound waves reverberated in the air. When they spread out, they were wiped out by the black gas that enveloped the area. There was no sign of the sound waves spreading out. Because of this ability. That's why Marcus dared to assassinate Wu Yan and Ko one by one. Otherwise, the sound of the battle would attract Wu Yan's group and everyone in the camp. No matter how arrogant Marcus was, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. He wouldn't be able to kill a single one of them. Since it was able to block sound waves, it would naturally be able to block combat aura, mana fluctuations, and the aura of the person inside. With this ability, Marcus's wishful thinking of defeating them one by one would definitely be successful. Of course, that's when he's dealing with others. While Ikaros, Astria, and Marcus clashed with each other, inside Wu Yan's tent, Wu Yan, who was hugging Chuju, opened his eyes. He shot up from his bed like a spring, startling Chuju. What's wrong? Wu Yan didn't answer Hinajiku right away. Instead, he closed his eyes as if he's sensing something. When he opened his eyes again, a terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes like a volcano. His wine-red pupils turned blood red as he spoke with a voice filled with killing intent. Every word he uttered came out from the gaps between his teeth. Go. That. Yan. Seeing Wu Yan's ruthless expression, Chuju froze. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. Taking a few deep breaths, he suppressed his rage and opened his mouth to Hinajiku. Chuju, go gather Mikoto and the others. Hearing that, Hinajiku immediately understood that something must have happened. She grabbed her clothes and quickly put them on while asking, "What happened?" Wu Yan took a deep breath. If he didn't do this, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold himself back and rush out without giving his orders. The mind transmission spell I set up inside Ikaros and Astria's body was triggered. Telepathy technique. Hinajiku was stunned, and her expression changed as well. On the first day they arrived at the camp, Wu Yan gathered all the girls and set up a mind transmission spell in their bodies. According to Wu Yan, the heart transmission jutsu is a jutsu that allows the user to set up certain conditions in advance and then engrave them into the user's body. Once the preset conditions are triggered, the user who set up the jutsu will be able to sense it. Wu Yan set up a mind transmission spell in the girls' bodies. The precondition for triggering the spell is to enter a combat state or encounter danger. In other words, Ikaros and Astria might be fighting someone right now. Fighting someone in the middle of the night without Wu Yan and Chuju's knowledge. Other than the fact that Shokuha Misaki was ambushed, what other reason could there be? No wonder Yen is so angry. Wu Yan waved his hand and the clothes on the rack flew up into the air and landed on his body. In less than a second, he was dressed. I'll be heading over first. Hinajiku nodded. She knows how anxious Wu Yan is right now. If it weren't for the fact that Ikaros and Astria are Tier 9, he probably wouldn't even have the time to inform her of his arrival before rushing over. Be careful. Mana surged out of Wu Yan's body. His body flashed and he disappeared. Chuju ran out of the tent and ran towards the girls. Boom! A loud sound rang out in the space filled with black gas. The ripples of the blast spread out and hit the encirclement formed by the black gas. Then, the black gas was completely absorbed without any leakage. Karos's emotionless eyes swept past Marcus, who was rushing towards her. Her luminous wings flickered with a blue radiance. Her body trembled and an afterimage was left behind. Ikaros herself had already arrived in front of Marcus without any warning. That was fast. The sudden appearance of Ikaros also caused Marcus's heart to skip a beat. The do-chi in his body surged violently and ignited on the surface of his body. However, the icy blue do-chi of the past had already disappeared without a trace. Instead, it had turned into a black stream of air with a decaying aura. The black gas swirled and condensed into whips. Carrying a rotten stench, the whips lashed out at Ikaros and smashed into her body. Before Marcus could reveal a happy expression, several black gas whips suddenly stopped a meter in front of Ikaros and struck her with a muffled sound. At the place where the black gas whips stopped, a crystal-like beehive barrier reverberated. It was Ikaros' absolute defense circle. In an instant, the black whip dissipated. Ikaros' body suddenly leaned forward and flew directly into Marcus' chest. With a twist of her slender waist, all the strength in her body was concentrated on the wings behind her back. Then, with a fierce flick, she smashed Marcus' chest. Boom! A powerful force surged from the illusory wings and landed on Marcus. A low groan came from the face under the cloak and Marcus was sent flying back a few steps. Obviously, Ikaros' fierce wing attack caught him off guard and caused him to suffer some injuries. Damn it! Furious and alarmed, Marcus channeled his black do-chi and retreated hastily. But when he retreated a few meters, Ikaros caught up to him and chased after him. Her eyes shrunk slightly as she raised her slender fist. A crystalline light similar to the one on the surface of the absolute defense circle flashed, and with a sharp sound of wind tearing through the air, she punched Marcus in the chest. Bang! A frightening force gushed out of the small fist. Marcus' expression couldn't be seen under the cloak, but it was like a waterfall crashing into his body with a muffled rumble. Chapter 862. Bang! The ferocious blow directly caused Marcus to tilt his body. With a poochy sound, liquid sprayed out from the cloak, and his body was directly sent flying. However, the liquid that sprayed out from the face under Marcus' cloak wasn't blood, but an ink-like black liquid with a foul stench. Instead of falling to the ground, the stench of the unknown liquid seeped through the air and turned into a black arrow, shooting straight for Ikaros's delicate face. Ikaros raised her head. A stream of data flowed out from her crimson pupils as if she's analyzing the data of the entire battle. She didn't move an inch and casually threw out absolute defense circle to cover the front of her body, allowing the black liquid arrow to hit it. In the next second, a sizzling sound like an egg being dropped into a frying pan came from absolute defense circle. It's the black arrow corroding the surface of absolute defense circle like acid. Seeing this, even Ikaros couldn't help but pause for a moment. Obviously, she didn't expect this result. Fortunately, the black arrow didn't seem to be able to corrode absolute defense circle. It only caused a burst of poisonous smoke before disappearing without a trace. The whole process may seem long, but from the moment Ikaros and Marcus faced each other head-on, it's clear that Marcus didn't have much time left. It only took a dozen or so seconds for the two melee attacks to take place. In these dozen or so seconds, Ikaros had the absolute upper hand. Just as Marcus stabilized himself, his line of sight quickly shifted to Ikaros, who was floating in the air. Seeing Ikaros's unscathed appearance, he gnashed his teeth in hatred from under his cloak. This woman is so strong. In just a dozen or so seconds, he already suffered 2 losses at the hands of the opponent. At this point, no matter how stupid Marcus is, he finally understood. He finally understood. This woman called Ikaros isn't what he thought she was. She's like him, relying on some kind of method. She's a fake who forcefully raised her strength to the 9th stage. But how is this possible? This woman. She's still so young, how can she rely on her own strength to reach the 9th stage? Marcus' voice was filled with uncontrollable jealousy and hatred. One must know. He had paid a rather painful price to reach the 9th stage. Looking at Ikaros' unwavering eyes, Marcus cautiously took a few steps back. His face under the cloak was terrifyingly gloomy. The heterogeneous do-chi in his body had been pushed to the limit. Now, in his heart, he no longer dared to underestimate Ikaros in the slightest. However, even if Ikaros's strength is beyond Marcus's expectation and is much stronger than the current Marcus, he has nothing to fear. He can't win against Ikaros alone, but if they entangled, she won't be able to defeat him. Once Astrea is killed by Marcus' 4 diehard followers, she will join forces with me and I will tank her head on while the 4 diehard followers attack me from the side. I don't believe I can't win this battle. Lin Sanjiu thought. In a battle between 9th stage combatants, if there isn't a huge disparity in strength, even a slight distraction can be fatal. Ikaros is stronger than Marcus but not by much. Under such circumstances, with 4 more diehard followers harassing her, she'll definitely die. As for Astrea's battle, Marcus isn't worried at all. A peak 8th stage is much stronger than a high 8th stage, but she's up against 4 high 8th stage combatants. The peak 8th stage has almost no chance of winning. 1 against 4, it's like ants can bite an elephant to death. Plus, his 4 diehard followers aren't your average high 8th stage combatants. If they join forces, they'll definitely win. Marcus has no doubt about it. At least, that's what he thinks. That's why he didn't know that the Ikaros in his mind, who isn't much stronger than him, still has an evolved combat mode that she hasn't used yet. Of course, he also didn't know that the peak 8th stage Astrea in his mind has already become a 9th stage combatant. One miscalculation after another, Marcus is doomed to a tragedy. No. Just as Marcus was about to use a delaying tactic to fight Ikaros, not far away, several familiar screams suddenly resounded, accompanied by an astonishing pressure. An ominous premonition emerged from the depths of Marcus's heart. He did not dare to turn his head to look at the source of the sound, but his head still turned uncontrollably. Then, the scene that entered his eyes caused his body to tremble violently. The one-sided siege that he had expected did not happen. Instead, the 4 8th Order high-level loyalists that he had placed his hopes on were all lying on the ground, with a hideous wound that was enough to kill them. Blood flowed out, staining the ground below. In Marcus' impression, Estria should be dead by now. Instead, she was wielding a radiant lightsaber. She flew to Ikaro's side and faced him from afar. "No. This is impossible." Marcus's voice was hoarse as he stared at his 4 subordinates on the ground. He wanted to see if there was any trace of camouflage. Alas, he was disappointed. His 4 diehard followers slowly lost their breath under his gaze. "They're dead." "Why?" Waves of black gas rose from within the cloak, accompanied by Marcus' unbearable roar. Why can a peak 8th stage kill 4 high 8th stage combatants so easily? As soon as Marcus finished speaking, a voice filled with boundless coldness echoed from behind him. This question, hearing the familiar voice engraved in the deepest part of his memory, Marcus suddenly froze in place. "You better go ask those 4 high-class 8 powerhouses in hell." The body hidden under the cloak began to tremble at a far higher frequency than before. A monstrous, ferocious aura surged out from Marcus' body, bringing with it a black aura like a gale. He turned around and swept behind him. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes revealed a hint of mockery. He didn't even raise his hand and a wall of magic lit up like a light. When the black wind came in contact with the wall, it looked like it met something terrifying. It got pushed to the side and brushed past Wu Yan's side. "So it's you?" A murderous glint flashed in Wu Yan's eyes. He unleashed a mountain-like pressure that enveloped the entire area. He didn't hold back as he slammed it down on Marcus. "You're the stinky rat that crawled into this place and bit into the ground without knowing your own strength?" Frantic killing intent, hidden in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, spread out and, together with the extreme pressure, fell on Marcus' body. Marcus, who was still in a state of madness just a moment ago, felt his breathing become sluggish and his shoulders sink. Marcus paused for a moment when he realized he was being suppressed by Wu Yan's aura. Then, a ferocious aura that was several times more ferocious exploded and Marcus howled like a demon from the abyss. Wu Yan frowned when he heard the other party's resentful howl coming from inside the cloak. It was obvious from the other party's tone that the cloaked person knew him and had a deep hatred for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like this. Originally, he thought that the cloaked person was like Andrew last time. He thought that the cloaked person came to the dark side of the camp to fulfill his own scheme. But now, it seems that this idea can be denied. Wu Yan looked at the cloaked person who was howling madly. He activated the system's perception and looked over. "Marcus?" "Saito, level 80, narrowing his eyes, Wu Yan's murderous gaze turned a few degrees colder. "You're Marcus." Chapter 863. "You are Marcus." "Ah," Wu Yan confirmed the answer in his heart. When Marcus heard it, he laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with hatred and resentment. "So you still remember me? You still remember me? Just like how I painstakingly engraved you in my heart, wishing that I could cut you into pieces to remember you." Wu Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. He stood on top of a rock and took a step forward. "I was wondering who it was. So it's you, a stray dog who ran away for a few days." Marcus' sinister laughter came to an abrupt end. He didn't make another sound, but the ferocious aura and black gas on his body didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. Like a stormy sea, it blew smoke and dust into the air, and gravel danced in the air. "Yes, you're right. I've completely become a stray dog." The hood that covered his head gently rose and fell. Negative emotions that were like turbid gas vaguely leaked out from within. "Everything I have today is thanks to you, Wu Yan. So, after running away with your tail between your legs, you put on a pair of fake fangs and came back." Wu Yan shook his head. He didn't hide the sarcasm in his words. "It must have been hard on you, second master of the Saito family." Marcus was infuriated. A demon-like baleful aura instantly covered the entire place. At this moment, Marcus finally vented his anger without holding back. "Wait until I stomp you on the ground like a dog. I will tear your mouth apart while you beg for mercy." "Oh?" Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and his lips curled into a half-smile. Perhaps, with your current strength, you really have a way to do it? You want to be stubborn? Now is the time. Marcus laughed. I will let you know that the current me is different from you. How big of a difference is there? After saying that, a murky dark fighting aura surged from Marcus' body. It carried an inexplicable explosion. The aura of a ninth-order powerhouse was revealed. Marcus looked forward to seeing Wu Yan's shocked expression. He let out a strange laugh. The current me. I have become a ninth-order powerhouse. I am no longer someone an ant like you can compare to. Wu Yan's face turned gloomy. His eyes flashed with a strange light as he stared at Marcus. He was silent. It wasn't that he was afraid. Although Marcus had become a powerhouse of the ninth step, it wasn't enough to make him afraid. Even a demigod-rank beast king had been defeated by him. Marcus's current actions, to him, were nothing more than a clown's show. Wu Yan's expression darkened not because he's curious as to how Marcus became a Tier 9. Before this, Marcus was already at the peak of Tier 8. It's not surprising that he broke through to the next tier. Wu Yan is more curious as to why Marcus's ice do chi, which is exclusive to the Saito family, turned into this murky black do chi. Moreover, looking at the indescribable black aura on Marcus's body, for some reason, I have a feeling of uneasiness. Even the blood in his body seemed to have gone berserk, constantly transmitting a roaring signal. This isn't a joke. The blood in his body was the blood of a true ancestor. For a vampire, blood was more important than the heart and the brain, and it was the same for a true ancestor of vampires. Now that the blood of a true ancestor is rioting, it proves that what he's seeing isn't as simple as it seems. Wu Yan can clearly feel the blood in his body speeding up without him noticing. It's as if he's the king of all beasts in the forest. Encountering another king of tigers in his territory, he's itching to tear the other to death. In other words, the inexplicable black gas on Marcus's body was comparable to a true ancestor's in level. It wasn't a match in terms of strength, nor was it a match in any other aspect. It was a match in terms of the natural order of life. A life force comparable to a true ancestor? Wu Yan's expression turned serious. A true ancestor's life form is at the peak of all life forms. Even if it can't compare to the likes of Yang Jianli, it's still on par with the self-proclaimed gods in the dungeon worlds. Now that a life force comparable to a true ancestor appeared in front of him, it's like two tiger kings meeting each other. They're wary of each other and they're afraid of each other. Wu Yan's intuition told him that something big must have happened to Marcus for his true ancestor bloodline to react so violently. Master! In the sky, Ikaros and Astrea flapped their wings and landed beside Wu Yan. Their cold eyes caused Marcus, who was laughing in a weird manner, to stop. He finally regained his senses. Ikaros is a Tier 9 powerhouse, a Tier 9 powerhouse even stronger than him. Marcus didn't know Astrea's exact strength, but she must be strong to be able to take out 4 of his subordinates in such a short time. On top of that, there's Wu Yan who killed Andrew with ease. Marcus calmed down, but he seemed to be hesitating. Right now, he was alone and helpless in the midst of the enemy's camp. Although the black chi barrier he used could ensure that no matter what happened here, it would not attract the attention of the people in the camp. However, with his own strength, he probably had no chance of winning against the 3 people in front of him. Retreat? Marcus doesn't want to just give up like that. However, if he did not retreat, it was very likely that he would be left behind. If he was captured again, then he would definitely not be able to survive in his current state. What should I do? Marcus hesitated. On one hand, his grudge against Wu Yan is driving him to stay. On the other hand, the current situation is putting him in a disadvantageous position. He didn't want to leave, but he didn't have a chance of winning if he stayed. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. In the end, reason won over his hatred for Wu Yan. Marcus chose to retreat. Wu Yan only has one life, revenge can be taken at any time. Marcus believes that next time, Wu Yan won't be as lucky as he is now. Just as Marcus was about to retreat, a voice rang out, causing him to freeze. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes as if he saw through Marcus' thoughts. He said something to Marcus, who suddenly turned silent. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Karos. Istria. Don't make a move. Marcus raised his head and looked at Wu Yen. Wu Yan's lips curled into an almost imperceptible sneer. Ikaros and Istria froze for a second. When they realized what was going on, the impatient Istria quickly yelled out. But master, this bastard is much stronger than before. It's fine. Trust me. Wu Yen interrupted Istria, and he told the two girls. I alone will be enough. Ikaros and Istria hesitated for a moment before nodding helplessly. They retreated behind their master. Marcus was overjoyed when he saw this. He gave up on retreating without hesitation. After killing Wu Yen, he can retreat whenever he wants. With his current strength, even if he can't beat Ikaros, he's confident that he can at least run away from her. Wu Yen, you're the one asking for it. The excitement in his heart surged uncontrollably as the two girls left the stage. Marcus let out a hearty laugh as the black do chi on his body swelled up once again. Bang! Marcus stomped on the ground, and with a dark cloud of do chi, he turned into a black lightning bolt and leaped towards Wu Yen, who was standing on top of the boulder. Chapter 864. Bang! With this strange sound as the beginning and Marcus' charge as the horn, the prelude to the battle began. Marcus, who flashed in front of Wu Yen, let out a strange laugh. His cloak flashed like lightning and drew a sharp arc. With a quick flash, the rock Wu Yen was standing on was easily cut in half like tofu. Bang! With a huge roar, the severed rock fell to the ground, stirring up a large amount of smoke and dust. The remaining section was as smooth as a mirror, like a sharp spear, pointing straight to the sky. With the first attack, Marcus displayed his enhanced strength. However, he did not feel the slightest bit of joy. His gaze turned to the side, and there, Wu Yen, who had appeared on another rock at an unknown time, looked at him with an expressionless face. On his body, a magical fluctuation that surprised him began to slowly rise. Indeed, it seems that you have improved a little. Hearing Wu Yan's words, which seemed to be spoken to a weakling, Marcus snorted with anger. Without any hesitation, his figure leaped again, bent down, and quickly continued to rush toward Wu Yen. His figure turned into a black light wind, and in the blink of an eye, he had covered half of the distance of 100 meters. Only half of the distance was covered. Marcus raised his hand that was hidden under the cloak. In the next moment, a few rays of cold light spread out from his outstretched hand, turning into a black line that was dozens of meters long, covering Wu Yan's position. Bang! Another roar sounded. The huge rock Wu Yen was standing on was easily dismembered into pieces by the crisscrossing rays of light, and was carried away by the strong wind created by the impact. It swept in all directions, showing how powerful it was. It was definitely not something an ordinary powerhouse of the ninth step could produce. However, before that, Wu Yan's figure disappeared again, and then reappeared. He had already arrived at Marcus's side. However, Wu Yen did not launch an attack. Instead, he looked at the hand that Marcus used to attack him, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Oh? Had he finally discovered it? Marcus chuckled sinisterly. His laughter was filled with resentment. He raised his hand gently. When Marcus' hand was exposed to the air, it floated in midair. Istria sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in shock. Even Ikaros opened her mouth slightly to express her shock. Its entire body was covered in black scales, and 4 of its 5 fingers were 20 centimeters long. The remaining thumb was like a tentacle, swaying back and forth softly. The back of its hand was covered with barb-like sharp objects. In the palm of his hand was a bald sarcoma. It was as if Marcus was holding it in his hand, and it was beating like a heart. This could no longer be called a hand. This wasn't what shocked Wu Yen and the other two the most. What truly shocked them was Marcus' face, which had lost its hood at some point in time. It was also covered in black scales, and sharp teeth protruded from its mouth like a beast trap. Its nose was gone, and what was left was a wriggling lump of flesh. Its 2 eye sockets merged into one, but they weren't the size of a normal person's. Instead, it was like a pair of long goggles that stretched straight to the temple, making it look like an oversized and hideous eye socket. Inside, numerous eyeballs were spinning around like windmills, resembling the eyes of beasts. Counting carefully, there were a total of 7 eyeballs. Forget humans, even demonic beasts couldn't refer to Marcus as such. There was only one word that could be used to refer to him. Monster. Wu Yen stared at the monster in front of him. He took a deep breath and suppressed the impatience in his heart. He let out a long sigh, and his gaze was no longer as cold and emotionless as before. There was only sympathy and pity in his eyes. Is this the price you have to pay for your power? Wu Yen softly spat out a sentence that contained an unknown emotion. Marcus opened and closed its beast trap-like mouth. It squeezed out a creepy laughter from its throat. Although the laughter was very strange, it wasn't hard to hear the overflowing resentment in it. That's right, because of you, I became like this. It tore off the cloak on its body, revealing its beastly body covered in black scales. Its long tail swept back and forth, roaring like a tiger or a lion. It's because of you. I had no choice but to pay a painful price to obtain my current power. Wu Yen, I will never let you go. Hearing this, Wu Yen closed his eyes and became silent. Following Wu Yan's silence, the scene suddenly fell into a strange silence. Only Marcus's sweeping tail, swaying tentacles, pulsing sarcoma, and rotating eyeballs emitted a strange sound that was enough to give one goosebumps. The atmosphere in the silent scene was very gloomy. At a certain moment, Wu Yen suddenly opened his eyes. His wine-red pupils had already turned into a noble gold. Lamentable life. Wu Yen coldly stared at Marcus, who had turned into the most unsightly monster. His indifferent voice slowly spread to the surroundings. I will end you, Marcus burst into laughter. As his laughter rang out, a series of oppressive, ferocious roars resounded deafeningly. If you can do it, then give it a try. After saying that, Marcus waved his hands together, creating a sharp sound of friction between the atmosphere and a blast of wind. He fiercely grabbed downwards. Several black rays of light shot out from his 4 sinister and terrifying long fingertips and violently shot towards Wu Yen. Looking at the incoming black rays, Wu Yen gently leaned to the side. A surge of vigorous magic burned from his body as he activated spatial magic. In an instant he disappeared from the spot. Several black rays of light suddenly missed. What are you doing? Didn't you say you want to end me? The words coming out of Marcus's mouth became like a deep, beastly roar. His spirit also seemed to have become deranged. He turned towards Wu Yan's direction and made a strange sound. What's wrong? What's wrong? Do you only know how to dodge? Don't worry. Wu Yan's head gradually lowered. His bangs in front of his forehead covered his face. His voice was as soft as water ripples. Right now, I'll give you a dazzling death. Following Wu Yan's voice, the slowly burning magic on the surface of his body suddenly expanded. Boom! The sound of flames burning things exploded in the surrounding space. Like an electric current flowing in all directions, all the smoke and dust around him were blown away. From Wu Yan's back, a transparent light suddenly slowly extended from there. Like a pair of wings, it spread to the surroundings. As if lifted by an invisible force, Wu Yan's body gradually floated up and stopped in midair. Seeing this, Marcus was startled and then laughed loudly. What? Do you want to be a birdman like your woman? There's no other way. Looking down at the monster below, Wu Yen opened his mouth. If you want to deal with a monster, you have to turn into a monster yourself. I'll let you experience it. 103000 Book of Witchcraft Spell Feast. Book of Witchcraft? Marcus forcefully hooked the corner of his mouth. His long tongue directly licked his eyes. It doesn't matter what. Come on. Let me tear you apart. Raising his long claws, he pointed his fingertips at Wu Yen. Like a beam of black light, it shot towards him. This time, Wu Yen didn't use teleportation. He motionlessly looked at the approaching beam of light. Behind him, a light belt suddenly twisted and met the beam of light. Peng! The beam of light collided with the belt of light. The beam of light seemed to sink into something dense. The moment it came into contact with the belt of light, its speed sharply decreased. In the surrounding space, around the belt of light, a clear wave of light flashed and quickly dimmed. Marcus's beam of light seemed to have a large piece bitten off. The front part disappeared without a trace. The remaining part continued to move forward and slowly sank into the belt of light. Marcus was stunned. Chapter 865. Obviously, Marcus didn't expect that his attack would be blocked in such a way. His current attack was all accompanied by the black do chi on his body. This do chi was not only powerful, but also corrosive, devouring, and other negative effects. Compared to Marcus' previous ice do chi, its power was more than one level higher. To put it bluntly, if he had this do chi in the past, then he, who was at the peak of the 8th step, would have no opponent under the 9th step. But now, not only had Marcus reached the 9th step, he also had this variant do chi. This allowed him, who had just reached the 9th step, to have the strength to directly face those in the middle and lower ranks of the 9th step. But, even with this kind of strength, his attack was still blocked by Wu Yan. For a moment, Marcus was somewhat stupefied. An unbelievable guess uncontrollably floated in his mind, causing him to cry out involuntarily. "You have advanced to the 9th step." Wu Yan looked at him indifferently and didn't say anything. But the aura that far surpassed the peak of the 8th step directly told Marcus the answer. Wu Yan had indeed advanced to the 9th step. No, impossible. As if he had received a blow. Marcus staggered back a few steps. His sinister face full of scales clearly reflected his absent-minded expression. In order to advance to the 9th step and have the strength to kill Wu Yan, Marcus paid an extremely painful price. Using this inhuman appearance as a catalyst, he advanced to the 9th step and obtained a variant do chi that far surpassed the ice do chi, greatly increasing his strength. But why did Marcus make such a choice? Wasn't it to dismember Wu Yan, who had caused him to this state, in the cruelest way possible? And when he paid such a cruel price in exchange for enough strength to achieve his goal? But reality told him otherwise. The enemy he wished to cut into pieces unexpectedly advanced to the 9th step like him, and didn't even need to pay any price. How could Marcus accept this? How could he accept it? This is impossible, impossible. As if he had gone insane, Marcus kept repeating. The more he muttered, the crazier his expression became. The black chi on his body became more violent, and the sound became louder and louder. The muttering sound had already evolved into a roar, and the black gas on his body had completely exploded. This is impossible. An extremely crazy hatred soared into the sky, causing every corner of the scene to be filled with a sinister and fiendish aura. Marcus seemed to have gone mad. He leaned forward, swept his tail across the ground, and rushed towards Wu Yan, who was floating in the air. "I'll kill you!" Following Marcus' actions and roars, Wu Yan's golden pupils became even more indifferent. Behind him, the transparent and invisible light ribbons seemed to have been awakened and danced. Several light ribbons twisted and shot out like whips. With a sharp sound, they met the charging Marcus. Die, 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 die. Marcus had fallen into a frenzy of hatred. There was no longer a shred of reason in his head. He only had one thought now, and that was to kill Wu Yan. With a wave of his hand, his sharp claws shot out like spears, stabbing at the oncoming light ribbons. At this moment, the light ribbons that were about to collide with Marcus' ferocious sharp claws suddenly flashed, and their color gradually dimmed. Marcus' sharp claws pierced through them, as if they had encountered a mirage. Marcus subconsciously froze when he felt that his attack had missed. While he was in a daze, the light ribbons flashed again. The originally dimmed colors suddenly lit up, and with a whistling sound, they shot straight at Marcus' face. In his heart, a sense of crisis quietly arose, calling back Marcus' reason. Without any hesitation, Marcus' long tail twisted behind him. His body was in the air without any support, but he suddenly turned and jumped down, avoiding the light ribbons shooting at him. Bang! The light ribbons pierced downward, passing through Marcus' original position and smashing into the ground. The next moment, an explosion resounded, accompanied by a 1-meter diameter hole on the ground where the light ribbons attacked. Seeing this scene, Marcus instantly understood that the light ribbons can transform between tangible and intangible forms. Damn it! Marcus angrily rebuked. You're only using small tricks. Small tricks? Looking down at the hateful Marcus, the corner of Wu Yan's mouth hooked into a smile that wasn't a smile. Then, let's change to another method of attack. With that said, a few more light ribbons danced like a whirlwind, causing Marcus to be vigilant. But to his surprise, the light ribbons didn't shoot at him this time. Instead, they were like spider legs, slightly bent and pointed in his direction. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, small specks of light appeared around the tip of the light ribbons, accompanied by a buzzing sound, gathered at the tip of the light ribbons and formed a small light bead. Then, the tip of the light ribbons trembled, the light bead instantly turned into small light beams and shot out. Another long-range attack. Marcus's face was ashen. He is a warrior, without a doubt. His strength can only be fully displayed in close combat. Being forced to passively defend by Wu Yan's long-range attacks, in the end, he will only be reduced to exhausting his combat chi and losing. I must find a way to get close to him first. With that thought, Marcus suppressed the impetuousness in his heart and didn't dodge. Instead, he fiercely swung his claws, turning into a series of afterimages, hitting the light beams one after another, scattering them into clusters of light flowers. In response, Wu Yan only pointed with one hand, and all the light ribbons pointed at Marcus, converging into light beams, and raining down on him. Seeing this, Marcus hurriedly took a step back, and then stretched out his claws, repeatedly slashing in front of him. Then, a wave of dense black light swarmed out, colliding with the light beams falling like rain. Bang 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 bang. Continuous explosions echoed between Wu Yan and Marcus. The light beams collided, stirring up a moderate amount of dust, gathering together to form a smoke screen, blocking the vision of the two, making them unable to see each other. Marcus wasn't surprised, but happy instead. Good chance. Roar! From his mouth, a roar like that of a beast was transmitted from Marcus' throat. Like a signal, the black gas on his body swelled up like a chain reaction. Raising his claws and swinging them down, an incomparably dazzling black light suddenly bloomed from his hands, as if crossing through space, ignoring the distance between the two, the smoke screen that covered the sky, and the target's location, flashing past. In an instant, Marcus, carrying the black light, suddenly flashed in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan's pupils constricted. Looking at Wu Yan's pupils gradually constricting, Marcus smiled sinisterly. Die for me. Amidst the roar, the black light on Marcus' body all condensed into one of his claws. In an instant, that incomparably ugly claw suddenly expanded several times, growing to the size of a wash basin. Immediately, against the whistling heavy pressure, it fiercely smashed towards Wu Yan's chest. In his eyes, that huge claw gradually expanded. It was clearly less than a second, but the surrounding time seemed to have stopped. Marcus' movements became incomparably slow, and his sinister and terrifying face was clearly reflected in Wu Yan's golden pupils. Dong dong. At the critical moment, those light ribbons extending from Wu Yan's back fiercely twisted and entangled together, forming a huge sharp light blade. Carrying a force of 10 million average, it suddenly pierced out in 1,000th of a second, colliding with Marcus' huge claw. Bang! Like a thunderclap being detonated, a huge shockwave erupted and swept out in all directions. On the ground, countless towering boulders were directly smashed into powder by the violent shockwave. An entire layer of the thick ground was also swept away by the shockwave that constantly erupted out like a tidal wave. Smoke and dust covered the earth. Chapter 866. Strong winds rolled up, smoke and dust flew everywhere. The figures of the two people who were fighting had long been concealed. In the sky, Ikaros and Astrea flapped their wings and blew away the dust cloud. The illusory frames in their eyes were still rotating, proving that their vision wasn't obstructed by the cloud. The black gas that enveloped the surrounding space and isolated the outside world gently blew away all the smoke and dust inside. When the dust settled, only a huge hole was left on the ground. It appeared in this hidden world, showing the desolation of this world. The figures of Wu Yen and Marcus slowly appeared at this time. The huge claws and the huge lightsaber were still rubbing against each other, creating sparks. They were still in a deadlock. Ah! Black chi surged on his claws. Marcus kept exerting strength while roaring unwillingly. He tried to smash the light blade in front of him to make his attack work. However, the light blade seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of strength. It spread like a pair of wings. Ping! With a soft muffled sound, an unparalleled force passed through the light blade and continuously acted on the hand claw. It shook the claw and even the slowly fluctuating black gas. Suddenly, Marcus seemed to have hit a wall and was shaken back under the effect of the light blade. Bastard! Marcus cursed and landed on the ground again. He was furious that his attack had been nullified. While he was furious, the light ribbons suspended on both sides of Wu Yen quickly rolled up and intertwined into a huge light wall before crashing down with a loud bang. Marcus' expression changed. He couldn't care less about cursing anymore. His figure rapidly retreated, instantly widening the distance between them. The huge wall of light brushed past his body, majestically rushing past him. He plowed out a wide and thick gully on the ground that was riddled with holes. Without slowing down, the wall of light smashed into the surrounding black gas barrier. It was as if a giant was waving its huge fist. The entire sealed world began to tremble as if it had struck the black energy barrier. Unfortunately, the black gas barrier was very sturdy. After withstanding the blow, it only dimmed for a second before recovering. Otherwise, once the black gas barrier was destroyed, everyone in the camp would have heard the commotion and Marcus would have had no choice but to escape. However, after the attack failed, the nimble ribbons of light danced again. With Wu Yen as the center, they quickly converged. From afar, this scene looked like a spider weaving a web, and Wu Yen was the spider in the center of the web. The formless belt of light once again extended from his back, forming two gigantic wings. Swish! Almost in an instant, the wings suddenly expanded. Without using any space movement magic or any acceleration superpower, the wings flashed in front of Marcus without stirring up any wind. Then, a pair of blade-like wings flashed past and flapped toward Marcus. The sound wave vibrated, and an invisible impact force burst out between the wings and the sharp claws that Marcus had swung out at an unknown time. Marcus easily blocked the attack. However, it was not over yet. The other wing swung from the other side of Marcus like a big slap. It was a simple flap, but the friction caused the surrounding air to scatter light smoke, and the temperatures suddenly became a lot hotter. Obviously, if this flap hit, even Marcus would be seriously injured. Marcus, who was aware of this, showed a dignified expression. His other hand also swung out fiercely, like a mayfly shaking a tree, and abruptly collided with the rapidly rubbing wing. Clang! The sharp claws and wings collided, and a violent and crisp sound of collision burst out, mixed with a trace of fierce eruption of sparks, spilling out in the entire black gas barrier. The strength of his whole body surged, and the majestic black do chi also roared. Marcus was like a pie in the middle, struggling to support the wings that were attacking him. The black scales on his face and arms were erected, proving their master's efforts at this time. Marcus' face was already extremely unsightly as he continued to support the two wings. His heart was burning with anger, so much so that Marcus did not notice that Wu Yen, who was floating in the air and at the source of the two wings, was looking down at him, who was tightly entangled with the wings. From his mouth, incomparably profound and mysterious words came out of his mouth. As a series of inexplicable words came out of Wu Yen's mouth, the flow of magic on his body began to flow in a different pattern from before, accompanied by an inexplicable sacred power. When the last word was lightly spat out by Wu Yen, a platinum-colored feather robe that looked like a battle robe, but also like an imperial robe, gradually took shape. His black clothes were covered by the platinum-colored feather robe. At this time, Wu Yen was like a pope who had walked out of a church, sacred and incomparably noble. Only when the platinum-colored feather robe was formed did Wu Yen raise his head, and a pair of eyes slowly opened. Moving church. Done. That's right. This platinum-colored feather robe was known as the ultimate defensive barrier, the moving church that possessed astonishing defensive power. Using magic was a very rigorous matter. No matter which magician it was, they couldn't get rid of the inherent restrictions when using magic, such as the necessary symbols and chants. Some powerful magic even required the addition of rituals. Among them, a single wrong step could lead to the failure of the magic, even if it was an unclear incantation. Wu Yen was the same. Although he had the 103,000 magic books that could be said to be all-encompassing not only magic, but also yin-yang technique, boundary technique, and sealing technique. However, among these magic methods, as long as they were powerful and had powerful effects, they had to go through certain procedures. It was similar to chanting incantations. And there was no doubt that the moving church was known as the ultimate defensive barrier, so naturally it also required a very strict chanting of incantations. Wu Yen was also not an exception. Even if he had the infinite martial refining to familiarize himself with the magic methods in the Book of Witchcraft, he still couldn't get rid of the shackles of magic. To be able to get rid of the shackles of magic and use magic at will, only the legendary demon god could truly do it. For example, Alistair was such a character. Don't think that Alistair was weak just because Wu Yen could threaten him. To put it bluntly, at that time, if there wasn't the terrifying Meteor Knight, and Alistair wasn't bound to the life support system, then even if there were 100 Wu Yen at that time, they still wouldn't be able to threaten Alistair. Demon God, that was already a realm, not a level. Therefore, no matter how familiar Wu Yen was with the magic methods in the Book of Witchcraft, he was still not a demon god. Therefore, in order to use a super advanced magic like the moving church, Wu Yen had to condense all the necessary elements into words and perform it through chanting. And to be able to do this, although Wu Yen wasn't a demon god, it was enough to make countless magicians look up to him. It must be known that chanting wasn't the only requirement to perform a magic spell like the moving church. Otherwise, in the magic catalog, from the beginning to the end, Intika wouldn't be the only one wearing the moving church. The only limitation was that the chanting time was too long and the restrictions were too great. Without the necessary rituals and preparations, the moving church on Wu Yan's body would automatically dissipate once the magic power output stopped. Unlike Intika's moving church, which had completed all the necessary procedures, the magic power would continue to flow in the moving church. Even if magic power wasn't poured into it, the magic power would continue to multiply and exist. In addition, it took a long time to chant, so Wu Yan needed to use the light ribbons on his body to stall Marcus to buy time for himself. Therefore, Marcus didn't know that the light ribbons that could stall him weren't actually controlled by Wu Yan. They were moving on their own. Of course, spending so much time chanting the moving church wasn't because Wu Yan wanted to use it to increase his defense. With the body of a true ancestor, he didn't need to defend himself. He had other purposes for chanting the moving church. Chapter 867. Closing his eyes slightly, Wu Yan began to recall all the knowledge engraved in the depths of his memory, all the knowledge in the 103,000 books of witchcraft. In an instant, countless spells flashed through his mind like flowing water. Like the most sophisticated program running, the spells flowed through Wu Yan's mind at an extremely fast speed and were scanned by Wu Yan's consciousness. Until a certain moment, a very memorable magic spell was imprinted in his mind and stopped at the center of his consciousness. All the spells flowing in his mind suddenly stagnated. His golden pupils quietly exposed to the air, Wu Yan's lips slightly opened, and at a speed that was neither fast nor slow, but was the most efficient and concise recitation of some words that were completely incomprehensible to the human mind. Along with the long voice that sounded like a long speech, a magic array that was the same diameter as his height swelled up at an unimaginable speed and covered the void in front of him. St. George's Sanctuary. Bang! As if something had broken, The incomprehensible runes on the magic array overlapped and shone brightly. At the center of the magic array, a tiny black dot silently emerged and then quickly spread out in all directions of the magic array. With the black dot as the center, the entire magic array cracked inch by inch and small pitch-black cracks spread out, forming a large black net that covered the magic array in front of Wu Yan. And within the slightly opened pitch-black cracks, traces of a ferocious beast's aura slowly flowed out. It was as if a destructive giant beast was trapped in the cracks of the magic array. Now, this giant beast, under Wu Yan's call, opened its ferocious and terrifying mouth. Pa! A soft sound reverberated from the magic array, and the giant beast hidden in the depths of the cracks seemed to have exposed its fangs through the cracks of the magic array. At the same time, below, Marcus, who was confronting the wings, suddenly felt a frantic warning in his heart, as if urging him to escape, and his heart thumped rapidly together with his accelerated heartbeat. At that moment, Marcus's expression changed abruptly. The Dragon King's sigh, an extremely faint voice as if sleep-talking, lightly drifted into Marcus's ears. Hearing this sleep-talking voice, all the warning signs in Marcus's heart turned into a sense of crisis. His head suddenly turned upward, looking in the direction of Wu Yan. In the instant that Marcus raised his head, he looked up. An exceptionally dazzling beam of light shot out from the center of the magic array with a deafening cracking sound. The beam of light was not very large, but it contained a destructive power that made all the scales on Marcus's body explode. Wherever it passed, the atmosphere evaporated and arrived in front of Marcus in the blink of an eye. The dazzling beam of light filled Marcus' 7 eyes. Looking at the Dragon King's lament, that was projected at a speed that he could not react to, Marcus only had time to open his 7 pupils to the maximum. Then, the dazzling beam of light swept across his scaly body. Boom! The Dragon King's sigh directly swept through Marcus's body, passed through his figure, and shot backward, landing on the surrounding black gas barrier. Previously, no matter how strong the impact was, the black gas barrier had no effect at all. But under the direct attack of the Dragon King's sigh, it lasted less than a second before collapsing with a loud bang. Bang! The black gas barrier exploded, scattering into black spots all over the sky, and under the effect of the Dragon King's sigh, these black spots directly turned into glowing feathers, gently falling to the ground, and scattered in all directions, landing on the camp outside the black gas barrier. The momentum of the Dragon King's sigh didn't slow down either. With an irresistible force, it pierced through the sky full of light feathers and shot towards the camp outside. It swept past the camp and continued to fall towards the camp. With such a situation and the terrifying destructive power and effect of the Dragon King's sigh, if this beam of light in the sky full of light feathers landed in the camp, then 99% of the guards in the camp would unknowingly die an unnatural death. After all, the beam of light formed by the Dragon King's sigh had the terrifying power to shoot down satellites. And the objects attacked by the Dragon King's sigh would also turn into glowing feathers and continue to attack. Every single feather had the power of the legendary St. George's Dragon's full power attack. If all of them landed on the camp, then forget about the people, the entire camp would be destroyed in an instant. At this moment, Wu Yan, who was hiding in the St. George's Sanctuary, magic circle in the sky, roared fiercely and forcefully propped up his body. Both of his hands grabbed the platinum, moving church, as if he wanted to tear it apart, and fiercely pulled his hands to his sides. With a chi sound, the moving church, which was known as the ultimate defense barrier, was torn apart by Wu Yan's hands, revealing the black clothes he was originally wearing. Scatter! A low voice came out of Wu Yan's mouth. The moving church, in Wu Yan's hands, which had turned into fragments, suddenly exploded, turning into an invisible wave, rippling and reverberating, instantly covering the entire sky above the camp, like a wavering water wave, protecting everyone in the camp inside. Boom! At the same time, the lament of the Dragon King beam ferociously slammed into the water ripple formed by the moving church, stirring up a massive ripple. A shock wave that caused even space to tremble reverberated from the collision between the two. In the surrounding space, strange creaking noises reverberated one after another, as the atmosphere was blown into raging winds and billowing billows, crashing towards all directions. The Karos and Astrea who were spectating the battle were caught off guard by the raging wind. They were blown back by it. Their wings were stretched to the limit, flapping with all their might to prevent them from being blown away. The Dragon King's Sai and the Dragon King's Sai remained in a stalemate for more than half a minute before the terrifying collision ended. The Dragon King's Sai gradually weakened, the ripples on the moving church also gradually disappeared. The ripples on the moving church stopped expanding until the moving church completely disappeared. However, this didn't mean that everything was peaceful. The Sai of the Dragon King cast a sky full of luminous feathers that landed on the mobile church, one after another, and clashed with the mobile church. In an instant, boom, boom, sounds of explosions resounded incessantly in the air above the campsite. After who knows how long, the light feather finally calmed down. Only the moving church remained in the moving church's Sai form. The collision between the lament of the Dragon King and the moving church finally woke up the guards in the camp. It was a pity that they were once again woken up in the middle of the night. Amidst a wave of wails and complaints, they rushed over together with the patrolling guards who had witnessed the collision in the sky above the camp. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before everyone in the camp gathered here. In the air, the St. George's sanctuary that was cut off by Wu Yen has long disappeared. Otherwise, the moving church might not be able to withstand 2 waves of attacks from the Dragon King's Sai. On the other hand, Wu Yen was panting heavily. He knelt on one knee in the air. His face was pale for a moment. He sensed that more than half of the mana in his body was depleted. He bitterly smiled. Forcibly changing the shape of the incomplete moving church from a single target defense to an area of effect defense is no laughing matter. Every tactic had an extremely regular way of using it, as well as its inherent use and effects. Modifying the formation of a tactic to create a different effect was already destroying the composition of the tactic itself. This method was even more difficult than creating a new tactic, and it was also incomparably dangerous. A normal tactic is already like this, let alone a super advanced magic like the moving church. If it wasn't for the fact that the mobile church is only temporary and not complete, plus the fact that he has perfect control over the infinite arm's refinement and the knowledge from the 103,000 grimoires, Wu Yen would have exploded from the sheer amount of magic power in his body in the very first second of action. Even if he succeeded now, the price he paid was not small. Even a creature like the true ancestor had depleted more than half of its mana, and its body that was aching constantly proved this point. Chapter 868. Master. Ikaros and Astrea landed beside Wu Yen. They saw Wu Yen kneeling in midair with one knee on the ground while panting heavily. The 2 angelic girls couldn't help but feel worried for him. Master. Ikaros called out with worry in her indigo eyes. She couldn't hide the worry in her voice. Astrea quickly helped Wu Yen up. Master, are you okay? Wu Yen took a deep breath when he heard the concern in Astrea's voice. He suppressed his exhaustion and allowed the true ancestor body to recover on its own. He shook his head at the 2 girls. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just used up a lot of energy. Ikaros and Astrea relaxed after hearing this. The 3 of them looked down at the ground together. The ground that was riddled with holes was already covered by thick smoke and dust. Under the assault of the wind and waves, the unsightly deep pits were exposed one after another, imprinted in the eyes of everyone present. They could even vaguely see a huge gully extending out, only stopping at a distance of 100 meters away as if it was cut off. Those were the scars left on the ground when the Sai of the Dragon King swept across the area. Looking at the dust-covered ground, Wu Yen squinted his eyes. He waved his hand and a gust of wind came from afar. The wind blew the dust away, revealing the situation inside the building. There, in a corner, stood a figure clad in scale armor. Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astrea stared at the figure as if they could collapse at any moment. Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astrea stared at the figure with different expressions in their eyes. His golden pupils flickered as he sized up the scaled figure. He shook his head in a mocking and regretful manner. He managed to dodge the fatal blow at the critical moment? On the ground, his ugly figure was now in a sorry state, and his entire body was covered in blood. The pitch-black scales were dyed blood red, and a portion of them emitted a charred color and smell. The incomparably ugly face was lowered, and drops of blood flowed down from it, mixing with the blood that flowed out from the scales on its body. Even the ground where he was standing was dyed red. Using the word battered and exhausted to describe his current state was still rather light. The left half of his body, from his shoulder to his abdomen, all of his limbs were gone. Along with the claw, they all disappeared, leaving behind only the disgusting piece of flesh that was vibrating slightly. It was very disgusting. Cough cough. Blood spurted out of Marcus's mouth. His teeth were dyed red as well. The only remaining claw was pressed against the left side of his body. After a while, Marcus pulled it back and raised it in front of his eyes. He looked at the blood on his claw. Feeling the suffocating pain coming from his body, the empty feeling on his left side attracted Marcus' attention. He turned his head with great difficulty. When he saw the completely disappeared part of his body, Marcus trembled all over. Damn it, 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 damn it. A roar that sounded like weeping and wailing echoed from Marcus's mouth, and his voice continued to rise higher and higher. His tone was filled with tears and wails. The soaring resentment and killing intent, along with the surging black gas and blood, responded repeatedly. It was like the last struggle of an injured beast, causing people to shudder. He lifted his head and looked at Wu Yen, who was hovering in the air. Marcus' huge eye sockets were already bloodshot, and his 7 pupils were all replaced by madness. Bursts of black chi wandered, but he could not restore the damage he had already suffered. Kill you. I will definitely kill you. I will kill you. Still coughing up blood, Marcus howled in rage. Wu Yen furrowed his brows as he watched Marcus' final struggle with a cold expression on his face. Yen. From afar, Hinajiku, Mikoto, Kotori, Shokuhu Misaki, and the rest of the girls were also here. The sound of footsteps reverberated chaotically. At a glance, one could see a black mass of people rushing over from the distance, arriving at the scene. The Thunder Sovereign and Pelosi stood at the front, leading the large group of people in the camp. They surged in together and surrounded this miserable space. The guards of the campsite finally made their appearance. However, by the time Chuja's group and the people in the campsite arrived at the scene that had been dealt a heavy blow and turned into ruins fell into their eyes. Everyone subconsciously stopped in their tracks and looked at the tattered scene. They couldn't help but be surprised. When they saw the hideous monster bathed in black gas and blood standing in the middle of the field, their surprise turned into horror. That Chuju, Mikoto, and the rest of the girls were so shocked by that disgusting figure that they took a few steps back, their faces pale. What the hell is that? This? The Thunder Sovereign and Pelosi were also overwhelmed with shock. Clearly, they were frightened by Marcus's unsightly appearance. Monster. The guards of the campsite couldn't bear it anymore. They screamed in horror. Their hands holding their weapons were trembling, they almost lost their grip on them. The surrounding voices that were filled with shock and fear fell into Marcus's ears. At this moment, these voices were simply ear-piercing to the extreme, causing his heart that was filled with madness and resentment to become extremely distorted. In response to his heart that was filled with resentment, the black gas also fluctuated and swept in all directions. The surrounding people screamed in horror. They were blown back by the black wind. However, the girls who just arrived reacted. Yin. Chuju called Wu Yan's name in horror as if she just had a nightmare. The rest of the girls had the same reaction. Even Kurumi, Flandra-chan, Kinuta Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, who were used to darkness and blood, couldn't help but turn pale. One can imagine how big of an impact Marcus's image had on them. Kotori suppressed the fear in her heart and asked with a trembling voice. Who is he? Why did he attack Ikaros and Astria? To be precise, he wants to attack all of us. Wu Yan didn't move his gaze away from Marcus. He slowly revealed a fact that shocked everyone. He is Marcus. What? Everyone screamed. Pelosi had an expression of disbelief. You're saying he is Marcus? Wu Yan nodded. Following his action, the crowd quieted down. Everyone was still in a state of disbelief. They looked at the monstrous figure and tried to recall Marcus' figure in their minds. They couldn't match the two figures no matter how hard they tried. Everyone was in a daze. They must have received quite a bit of shock as well. Sensing the gazes of disbelief, the resentment in Marcus' heart grew even stronger. His killing intent surged crazily, making him wish he could kill everyone. It was obvious that even he himself couldn't accept his current appearance. All of this is Wu Yan's fault. Wu Yan. Marcus's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His sharp voice pierced everyone's ears. I will kill you. I won't let you get away with this. Marcus's twisted gaze swept across Hinajiku and the other girls, as well as Lei Wang, Pelosi, and the rest of the camp members. He roared with incomparable resentment. His voice was like that of a demon. All of you, one day, I will kill every single one of you. Kill every single one of you. The resentful roar sent chills down everyone's spine. They looked at Marcus with fear, including the girls beside Wu Yan. Seeing the girls pale from fright, Wu Yan's anger flared up and he laughed coldly. Do you think you can walk out of here alive? No. I will never die. Marcus raised his head and roared, as if refusing to accept an unsatisfactory outcome. Marcus turned into a black light and flew out of the camp as fast as he could. Blood splattered all over the sky and lingered for a long time. Chapter 869. Before anyone could react, the black light in the middle of the arena wildly flashed, causing quite a number of people to feel pain in their eyes from the glaring black light. They instinctively closed their eyes. While everyone's vision was obstructed, Marcus immediately turned into a black light, soared into the sky, and disappeared in an instant. Not good. Although the Thunder King and Pelosi had not recovered from the fact that Marcus had turned into a ferocious monster, their reactions were not slow. Surging magic power burned in their bodies as they wanted to chase after Marcus, but Wu Yan's movements were faster than anyone else's. Do you think I will let the same thing happen again? Recalling the Beast King that escaped from his hands some time ago, Wu Yan's eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. With a teleportation, Wu Yan flashed into the air. Looking at the black light that was flying out of the camp at a terrifying speed, he did not use teleportation to chase after it. Instead, he stopped in the air, stared at the distant figure, and took a deep breath. Ding! The next moment, crimson spatial ripples slowly appeared behind Wu Yan, reverberating in the void. In the blink of an eye, it formed a rather large crimson light curtain, like a brightly colored door, standing on top of it and soaring into the sky. His gaze turned cold as the gate of Babylon opened. Wu Yan stretched out his hand and slightly reached behind him. The crimson door formed by the gate of Babylon suddenly rippled again, right behind Wu Yan's hand. In the ripples, a beautiful black crystal-like longbow gradually emerged from the gate of Babylon at a seemingly slow but actually very fast speed. When half of the longbow emerged from the crimson spatial ripples, the exquisite longbow fell into Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yan grasped it and pulled it out with force. Meteor Knight. His gaze seemed to have turned into an arrow first. It shot towards Marcus, who was getting farther and farther away. Looking at the shrinking figure, Wu Yan pointed the Meteor Knight at Marcus. His hand slowly rested on the bowstring. That is, on the ground. Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuha Misaki, and the others' expression changed. Everyone, including Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino, were confused. She quickly turned to look at Ikaros. Ikaros. Ikaros's eyes trembled and turned into a dreamy crimson color again. On his body, a series of crystal-like flashes began to flash. Marcus, who was fleeing for his life, suddenly felt uneasy. His movements paused slightly, and even his speed slowed down a little. Following this uneasy feeling, he turned his head and looked behind him. With this look, his sinister and ugly face covered in scales changed dramatically. Like a pair of wings made of black crystals, the light and nimble longbow flickered with a starry night light. Gradually, it emitted a breathtakingly beautiful fluorescence in the night sky, expelling the darkness above the camp. Specks of starlight converged like bees returning to their hive. They collided with the center of the bow amidst the sweet sound effect. They wandered around the meteor night bow. After a while, they slowly solidified. An arrow shrouded in silver light and starlight appeared between the bow and Wu Yan's bowstring. The arrow was aimed at Marcus's silhouette. Everyone on the ground was mesmerized by this beautiful scene. Wu Yan, who was bathed in the starlight, looked like a god of the night descending from the heavens. Under the protection of the night sky and the night sky, it's as if he is the only one left in this world. Marcus, on the other hand, tensed up. Black mist is surging out of his body. This is a sign that they sense danger. Sweat mixed with blood dripped down. Marcus' heart was already shrouded in a thick fear. He immediately shouted and mobilized all the fighting aura in his body. He didn't care about the consumption or the consequences. He only wanted to increase his speed by a little bit to escape the arrow's range of aim. Blue veins popped out on his scales. Marcus' 7 eyes were filled with madness. Stifled screams were squeezed out from his throat, but Marcus was completely unaware of it. He desperately shot towards the horizon. Translators' thoughts: paperplane, 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 paperplane. Unfortunately, all he did was prolong his time in this world by a little bit. Wu Yan's golden eyes were filled with starlight. He gently closed his eyes and then suddenly opened them. Whoosh! Starlight bloomed in the darkness of the night. The arrow, which had turned into a meteor, streaked across the sky and flowed forward with a very pleasant sound effect. Under everyone's gaze, it met Marcus' figure head-on. No, Marcus shrieked in despair when he sensed the fatal crisis and the aura of death behind him. The meteor fell on his body. Chi! A soft cry, accompanied by a tearing sound, echoed from the distant horizon. The space in front of them was suddenly torn into 2 halves. Cracks began to appear one after another. In the middle of the cracks, Marcus was howling in pain. His originally tattered body was pierced through by the meteor shower, leaving behind a terrifying bloody hole. Then, under the tearing of the starlight, his body was gradually crushed into nothingness. Bang! A spatial ripple spread out. Bits of starlight wandered back and forth. They merged into the void and quietly disappeared from everyone's sight. In an instant, heaven and earth returned to normal. It was as if nothing happened. Nothing changed. Only Marcus's figure that completely disappeared and Wu Yan's beautiful longbow that was still glowing with starlight silently told everyone what just happened. If there was anyone who saw the meteor night arrow, they would have noticed that at the moment the arrow was shot, a protective shield made of data crystals enveloped the space where Marcus was and isolated it. It was only when Marcus was wiped out that the protective shield quickly disappeared. At the same time, on the ground, Ikaros's eyes also returned to normal. It's obvious that the protective barrier just now was her masterpiece. Without the isolation of the absolute defense circle, the terrifying shockwave from the meteor shower would destroy the camp mercilessly. After all, the mobile church was no longer around anymore. Until now, the people in the camp still haven't recovered from the dazzling and shocking scene. Their eyes are still unfocused. I'm afraid they won't be able to react for a while. Returning the meteor shower back into Gate of Babylon, Wu Yan's eyes returned to their wine-red color. His lips curled into a happy arc, showing his master's mood. But soon, his relaxed expression froze and he quickly turned his head to look forward. Squinting his eyes, Wu Yan stared at the direction Marcus disappeared. His eyes were filled with a strange gravity. After a while, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. In that undisturbed space, a small black light appeared out of thin air. The moment it appeared, it flew away with a speed faster than Marcus and disappeared into the horizon. The moment he saw the black light, Wu Yan's blood went berserk again. Just like when he saw Marcus turned into a monster, It's sending out a very corrosive message. They're talking. They're telling Wu Yan not to let that black light escape. Clenching his fist, Wu Yan's eyes flashed. After some hesitation, he shouted at Shokuhun Misaki and Kotori on the ground. Kisaki-chan. Kotori. I'll leave this place to you. Wu Yan didn't give the girls any time to react. He teleported and disappeared from where he stood. Yan. The girls subconsciously yelled. When Wu Yan disappeared from the spot, they realized what might have happened. They silently looked at the direction Wu Yan disappeared in and didn't say anything else. Chapter 870. At this moment, the light of dawn gradually appeared. The curtain of night quietly passed by on the horizon, gradually being replaced by a bright blue color. In the air, traces of coolness also dissipated, and vitality began to fill the air, indicating the arrival of a new day. There is a large city here. In terms of size, it is only slightly smaller than King City where the royal palace is located. In terms of development, the city is also rich in resources. Adding the two together, this city's status is probably at the top of the Ailu Empire. The arrival of dawn awakened the people in the city. Every household began to get up and do their work. The tightly shut doors were opened one by one. The businesses also began to operate normally. They were looking forward to the unexpected harvest in the new day. The people in the city didn't know that when they were busy, a black light broke through the sky and reached the sky above the city in an instant. Then, its body trembled and without any sound, it turned around and shot into the city, disappearing into the sky above the city. In the center of the city, there was a large and luxurious residence that was comparable to a castle. In one of the rooms, the faint smell of blood and medicine filled every corner of the room. It made this room, which looked extraordinary and was obviously the residence of a big shot, look like a sick room. It had lost its vitality. In the center of the room, there was a man in his 20s lying on a bed. Around him, there was a man who looked very similar to him, but was obviously older. Beside him was a middle-aged man who wasn't young either. There is no sound in the room, it's dead silent. The two young men are looking at the middle-aged man, waiting for the result. The middle-aged man frowned. After a while, he sighed. Seeing this, the two young men's faces sank, especially the one lying on the bed with a pale face. It's obvious that he's sick. His face is terrifyingly gloomy and his gaze is sinister. How is it? The pale man coldly asked the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced at him and sighed again. Second young master. A large part of your body has been damaged, and some of your internal organs are showing signs of being damaged. If this continues, I'm afraid that second young master's injuries will become even more serious. Of course I know my injuries are serious. The pale man angrily shouted. Why else would I call you here? I'm asking if you have a way to treat my injuries. This. The middle-aged man bitterly smiled. He hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still spoke. It's not a big problem to treat second young master's injuries, but his chi ocean is damaged. When he recovers, he won't be able to use his chi anymore. What did you say? The two young men's faces changed. The pale man's lips trembled. He couldn't believe it. You mean I'll become a cripple? The middle-aged man lowered his head. His meaning is clear. Impossible. Sitting on the bed, he suddenly straightened his body and roared angrily. Aren't you Ailu Empire's most famous doctor? Can't you treat me? The middle-aged man lowered his body submissively, not daring to say another word. However, this posture only made him even angrier. The pale man with bloodshot eyes roared angrily. Scram. Why yes. The middle-aged man left the room as fast as he could. This made the man on the bed even angrier. He clenched his fists tightly. When he thought about how he would become a cripple in the future, his whole body trembled. His already pale face turned even paler. Sigh. At this moment, the young man who had been quietly standing at the side finally sighed deeply and glanced at the dispirited man. He shook his head as if he had expected better from her. You're really muddle-headed. Originally, if you obediently continued to grow, I would inherit the position of clan head. The second in command of the clan would definitely be you. If I had stepped down from the position of the clan leader earlier, it wouldn't be impossible for me to pass the position to you. But now, the pale man listened to the young man's sigh, his heart filled with sorrow. What was supposed to be a beautiful future, now it's a dark one. He's in more pain than anyone else. Big brother. Tears flowed down his cheeks, he cried out in pain. I can't accept this. I really can't accept this. Cry. What are you crying for? The young man reprimanded. Since young, the pale man had always been afraid of his big brother. He held back his tears. But the pain in his heart couldn't be quelled. What's the use of crying? Who else can you blame? The young man said hatefully. If you didn't use your clan's Ice Do Chi to plot against Wu Yen, you wouldn't have been injured by your own Ice Do Chi and ended up in this state. At this point, the identity of the two was obvious. It's Bing Ling and Bing Mian. When Wu Yen and the others first entered the Spalier World Academy, Bing Mian plotted against Wu Yen once. He used his clan's unique Do Chi to hide a small strand of Do Chi in Wu Yan's body. This strand of Do Chi would grow day by day and would be hard to detect. Once it grew to the point where it could explode, it would definitely kill someone. With the goal of killing Wu Yen, Bing Mian slyly plotted against him. But he didn't expect Wu Yen to notice his little trick the moment he used it and quietly sent the strand of Do Chi back into Bing Mian's body. Bing Mian didn't notice any of this, which led to the current situation. If it wasn't for the fact that the Ice Do Chi was his own and his clan was more familiar with it than anyone else, Bing Mian's life would have been saved. Otherwise, Bing Mian would have died under his own treachery. Bing Mian was filled with regret when he thought about what happened back then, but more than that, he was filled with resentment. I only wanted to teach him a lesson. You're still being stubborn. Bing Mian's expression turned cold. Do you really think no one knows what you've done in the academy? Or do you really think no one knows what you've done? Do you think the number of students who died at your hands isn't small? If it wasn't for the fact that the students here don't have much power and that you're the second young master of the Saito clan, no one would bother to report you. Do you think you'd still have a good life in the academy? Bing Mian's lips moved, but he didn't say anything. Seeing Bing Mian's pale face, Bing Ling didn't say anything and sighed faintly. Of all the people you could have messed with, you had to mess with Wu Yen. Is he someone you can afford to mess with? He even killed the second in command of the Ladine clan, Andrew. Uncle Marcus was completely defeated by him. He's no longer on the same level as us. Bing Mian bitterly pursed her lips. She looked at Bing Mian. Stay here and recuperate. I'll think of something for you. Bing Mian shook her head and walked out of the room, leaving Bing Mian alone. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets and he emitted a sinister aura. Bing Mian sat on the bed and felt the pain in his body. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Thousands of thoughts flooded his mind. He could see the dark, nightmarish days ahead of him. I'm finished. I'm finished. Bing Mian lowered his head and wept bitterly. After a long time, he suddenly raised his head and a crazy light flashed in his eyes. It's all Wu Yan's fault. I'll kill him. I'll kill him. And those women of his. At this point, Bing Mian hated Hinajiku and the rest as well. He wanted revenge, but he didn't have the ability to do so. Bing Mian raised his head and screamed in pain and anger. It was also at this moment that a black light shot in from the outside and rushed into Bing Mian's body. Bing Mian was stunned. Then, for some unknown reason, his painful face suddenly turned into ecstasy, followed by deep resentment. Chapter 871. On the other side, a figure suddenly appeared in the blue and white sky above the city. Wu Yen lowered his head and glanced at the bustling city below. It was completely different from the behemoth forest camp. He frowned and floated in the air, motionless. It had been 3 days since He Guang flew away from the encampment. In these 3 days, Wu Yen gave up the idea of flying in order to track the black light that was several times faster than his normal speed. Instead, he used spatial transference and traveled day and night to follow the traces left behind by the black light. It had to be said that the speed of the black light was truly terrifying. It was probably far beyond the speed of a ninth-order powerhouse. Even some demigods who were not good at speed might not be able to match the speed of the black light. If it were not for spatial transference, Wu Yen would not have been able to catch up with it. Of course, in these 3 days, Wu Yen had paid a heavy price for chasing it all the way here. The distance from the behemoth forest camp to here was not that short. During this time, not only did he have to pass through several small cities, but there were also many natural barriers. It took Wu Yen 3 days to reach here. If he had to walk for such a long distance, it would take him 4 to 5 months or even half a year to reach here. Perhaps it would be faster if he took an airship, but it was not something that could be done in a day or two. Along the way, in those small cities, due to various reasons of power and strength, there were fights almost every day. Various mercenary groups would engage in chaotic battles for benefits. Among them, there was no lack of brainless people who would change their identities and use the banner of a mercenary group to do shady business like bandits. Whenever they encountered people or caravans, as long as the guards weren't very strong, the bandits would be able to kill them. He would probably run up to them and rob them. Under such circumstances, in order to avoid trouble and to avoid losing track of the black light, Wu Yen did not rest for more than half a minute during these 3 days. He kept using spatial transference all the way. It was very tiring. Fortunately, a true ancestor's recovery ability was heaven-defying. Under such extreme travel, Wu Yen would sometimes feel tired, but he would recover almost immediately. It was just that using spatial teleportation consumed a lot of mana. If not for Wu Yan's mana reaching an unimaginable level, he would have lost at least a few kilograms. Even though he had spared no effort in his journey, he still spent 3 days to reach this place. It was easy to imagine how far Wu Yen was from the behemoth forest camp. Casting his gaze at the bustling city below, Wu Yen thoughtfully stroked his chin, felt the flow of the true ancestor blood in his body, and scratched his cheek. It was because the true ancestor blood in his body reacted to the black light that Wu Yen was able to chase all the way here. But now, the true ancestor blood in his body was not as restless as it had been in the past 3 days. Instead, it was slowly calming down, which puzzled Wu Yen. Was it because the black light escaped smoothly and there was no way to sense it again? Or was it because the black light was in front of it so it was no longer anxious? Looking at the gradually expanding city in sight, Wu Yen muttered with some uncertainty. It should have run inside, right? Naturally, no one could answer this question. What should I do now? Rubbing his forehead, Wu Yen descended to the ground. He stood at the city gates. The black light was very likely in front of him, but Wu Yen did not choose to immediately go in to look for it. After all, he did not know what this situation was. What if the black light was not inside? After pondering for a moment, Wu Yen patted his cheek and said helplessly, "Let's go in and look, it's better than going back like this. But before that, I need to recover my mana." The 3 days of hurrying was not difficult for Wu Yen, who had the body of a true ancestor. However, he used a lot of mana in his body. He used a lot of magic in the battle with Marcus and used up more than half of his mana. After that, he immediately chased after Marcus. Now, his mana is almost depleted. Here, one must say that the true ancestor's mana is very powerful. He used super powerful magic including the Mobile Church, St. George's Sanctuary, and the Dragon King's Lament. In addition, he forcibly changed the structure of the Mobile Church and used up a lot of mana in the battle with Marcus. Everything added up, he only used up half of his mana. 3 days of continuous use of spatial magic must have consumed a lot of mana. Under such circumstances, he did not use up all of his mana. Even a demigod mage would not have such a large amount of mana, right? Ever since he exchanged for the energy system, Wu Yen took the time to refine his mana whenever he had the time. The results were mediocre. At least in terms of mana, no one in this world could compare to him, unless the gods appeared again, and they had to be mages. After exploring a mountain forest and not finding any traces of humans or beasts, Wu Yen was relieved. He found a secluded place and sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to recover his mana. As Wu Yen entered a state of cultivation, faint ripples of mana surged out from his body. Faint ripples spread out in the surrounding space, causing the atmosphere to howl. The surroundings were silent. After an unknown amount of time, when the sun rose from the east, the faint mana fluctuations on Wu Yan's body gradually weakened until they finally dissipated completely. His tightly shut eyelids trembled for a moment before he slowly opened them. Threads of light flashed within his wine-red eyes. The originally somewhat lacking magic energy within his body began to crazily churn like a tsunami. It was as though it would never be used up, growing and multiplying endlessly. Of course, this was only an illusion. Wu Yan's mana could still be used up. It had been proven before, but it was very difficult. Standing up from the ground, Wu Yan patted the rain and dust on his body. He clenched his fists, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. It seemed that he was in a good mood. I didn't expect that after using up most of my mana and then recovering, it would have the effect of increasing my mana. After using up to the limit and then recovering to the full state, this was just like an athlete who used up his stamina to the limit and then broke through the limit. Mana cultivation had the same effect. It wasn't just Wu Yan, but other people who cultivated mana also had the same effect. Unless they had reached the true limit, there was no way to make a breakthrough. Almost everyone in the Spalier world knew this method of increasing mana, and they all knew how to use it. However, the extent of their mana increase was probably not as great as Wu Yan's. In addition to having the body of a true ancestor, more importantly, Wu Yan's mana was originally very large. It wasn't easy to use up such a large amount of mana, and it was very likely that he would recover faster than he used it up. And if he did, the harvest afterward would naturally be much greater than the average person's. Moreover, Wu Yan's magic power cultivation method is of the highest level. Combining the two together, the results are surprisingly good. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Wu Yan's gains this time far surpasses the gains of other people in a lifetime using extreme magic power cultivation methods. This good news immediately lifted the depressed mood of not being able to catch up after 3 days of chasing. After expanding his body, Wu Yan floated up and returned to the city gate. Looking up at the city that he had never been to before and feeling the lively vitality inside, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. If that black light was really in this city, how should he find it? In what form would it appear in front of him? Shaking his head, Wu Yan threw away these complicated thoughts and followed the people in front of him who were preparing to enter the city. Chapter 872. The boundless sky was filled with a monotonous blue color, contrasting with the slightly dim sunlight. This kind of weather should be very suitable for going out. It was neither hot nor cold, making one feel comfortable under the silent sky and the bustling city. A figure that was neither too conspicuous nor too ordinary was slowly walking on the street from the city gate. The speed of the figure was not fast, even slower than that of an ordinary person. Therefore, the surrounding pedestrians did not know that a rather important figure had sneaked into their midst. The figure slightly raised his head, exposing a young face that was neither handsome nor ugly to the air. As he walked, his eyes wandered around, admiring the scenery around him. In fact, his attention was not on the scenery around him, but on his own body. Frowning, Wu Yan looked at the buildings and cursed in a low voice. Where the hell is that damn thing? Is it really in this city? If it is, come out and let it out. I felt all kinds of discomfort when the blood was rampaging, but now that it's calm, I can't do anything about it. Why do I have to encounter such a confusing situation? Lowering his shoulders, Wu Yan looked around again, but still did not feel any reaction from his ancestor blood. He couldn't help but feel dispirited. How long do I have to continue? Letting out a light breath, Wu Yan could only pull himself together and continue forward. Otherwise, if he gave up like this, not only would he not be willing, but the strange feeling he felt from the black light made him feel uneasy. I don't know if I should be happy or annoyed. With Wu Yan's average-looking face, if he mixed in with the crowd, he wouldn't become a bystander, but he wouldn't attract too much attention. If he brought the girls with him, he would have become the target of public criticism by now. For Wu Yan, who wanted to find traces of the black light, this was a relatively good situation. At least it was not that eye-catching. After wandering in the city for nearly half an hour, Wu Yan still did not find anything. Just as Wu Yan could not help but feel impatient and wanted to find a place to eat, there was a commotion in front of him that caught his attention. He turned his head to look at the source of the sound. He saw that the pedestrians who had been walking well suddenly seemed to have seen something terrible. In a panic, they scattered and all of them went to both sides of the road. Seeing this, Wu Yan found it strange, but he still took a step forward. With a light tap on the ground, his body turned into a black shadow as he flashed into the crowd on both sides without anyone noticing. He did not want to be the first to stand out. It was better to pretend to be a passerby. Not long after, the entire street was filled with people, and at this time, a group of knights wearing luxurious armor walked over from the other side of the street, step by step. Their footsteps were very orderly, and from the looks of it, they seemed to be very strong. Seeing this group of knights walking over in a hurry, the people on both sides of the street couldn't help but exclaim. They couldn't help but look at them with envy. Being able to receive the admiration and support of others, for these ordinary people, seems to be a very admirable thing. Wu Yan, who was hidden in the crowd, silently glanced at the knights walking over, rubbing his chin. So arrogant? Looks like they have a big background. Standing next to Wu Yan, a passerby heard Wu Yan's words, at first stunned, then raised an eyebrow. A strange expression appeared on his face. Don't you know who they are? Wu Yan blinked his eyes and looked at the person beside him who doesn't have anything special about him. He didn't know if he should start a conversation or not. Wu Yan's reaction in the eyes of the passerby is that he's afraid of being called ignorant and embarrassing, so he silently acquiesced. The strange expression in his eyes became more intense. He then patted Wu Yan's shoulder with an "I understand you" expression. He grinned. It's fine, young people, I understand. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He laughed dryly. He didn't explain. Then, brother, which family is this group of knights from? They seem to have a big background. Hey, you asked the right person. The passerby coughed with a grin and put on an "I'm an expert" look. While Wu Yan resisted the urge to punch him, the passerby started bragging. That's the Saito family's knights, huh? Wu Yan was shocked. He was surprised. The Saito family? No way. The passerby was also shocked. Don't you know that this is the Saito family's base? This is the Saito family's base? Wu Yan was shocked. He was speechless. He didn't expect that after he killed the second in command of the Saito family, Marcus, he would end up in the Saito family's base. Is this the legendary ape dung? No wonder that Knight Order is so arrogant. Wu Yan chuckled. They have the Empire's second most powerful family behind them. It's normal for them to be arrogant. Tisk, what's there to be arrogant about? The passerby curled his lips in disdain. So what if they're the Empire's second most powerful family? They're still humiliated. Wu Yan was interested. He asked, "What's going on here? Seems like you're not up to date, brother." The passerby didn't know he was referring to a Tier 9 combatant as brother. Otherwise, he would be on cloud 9. Do you think the knights are here to show off? They're here to help. Wu Yan paused for a bit. Did something happen to the Saito family? This is a big deal. The passerby looked around, as if he was trying to prevent others from eavesdropping. He whispered to Wu Yan, "Did you know that the Saito family was haunted last night?" Haunted? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. He was serious this time. His intuition told him that the haunting must have something to do with the black light he was looking for. Can you tell me more about it? I heard about it from others. The passerby scratched his head. I heard that the patrolling guards in the Saito family heard the howling of ghosts in the middle of the night. So that's what it means to be haunted? Wu Yan turned to the passerby. If that's the case, there wouldn't be a need to summon the knights back from outside. The passerby recalled the version he heard and said with a shudder, "The point is, every time the ghost-like sound is heard, the patrolling team will find 1 or 2 corpses that have been eaten by some wild beasts, leaving only bones behind." Wu Yan frowned when he heard this. Their corpses were eaten by some wild beasts. Wu Yan muttered as he looked at the direction where the knights disappeared. His wine-red eyes flashed with an indiscernible intent. This is indeed a little strange, right? I knew it. The passerby put his hands on his waist to show off. I have a friend who works as a guard in the Saito family. He told me that last night, the ghost-like noises were heard more than 10 times. Every time someone went to check it out, they would find the corpses of guards, patrolmen, and even servants. All of them were bitten and their flesh looked like it had been eaten. It was very scary. It's only been one night. The passerby showed 2 fingers. In just one night, more than 20 corpses were found in the Saito family. The cowardly higher-ups were scared out of their wits. That was why they called in the knights from outside to investigate the Saito family, but I'm not surprised. The passerby sneered. He continued, "It's not like the Saito family hasn't had a monster before. Their second-in-command was seen turning into a ferocious monster a few days ago and was killed by someone. It's not strange for another one to appear. That's why the Saito family is so nervous." Wu Yen didn't listen to what the passerby said after that. Wu Yen looked in the direction where the knights left. He ignored the passerby's call and walked over. Chapter 873. This city is worthy of being the base of Ailu Empire's second most powerful family, the Saito family. It's one of the largest cities in the empire. Not only does it cover a large area, it's also crowded with people. Perhaps it's due to the good weather, the streets are filled with people. Even though it's not overcrowded, it's still livelier than a normal city. Following behind the knights, Wu Yen didn't run around aimlessly like before. Wherever the knights passed by, the people on the street would automatically make way for them. Also, the knights are rushing back to provide support, so they are very efficient. This made their journey a lot more efficient. Even so, it took Wu Yen about half an hour before the knights slowed down. Unbeknownst to Wu Yen, the streets are no longer as crowded as before. The area of the street is gradually widening. A large building the size of a castle appeared at the end of the street. It's exposed to the knights and Wu Yen. When they saw this large building, the originally aggressive knights suddenly changed. The arrogance on their faces suddenly disappeared, and only a trace of seriousness and respect remained on their faces. They adjusted their figures and footsteps, and walked towards the large building amidst the clanging of footsteps. Wu Yen, who was quietly following behind the knights, couldn't help but curl his lips. This knight regiment is just a small unit under the Saito family. Their overall strength is around the 6th order and their leader is only at the 7th order. Such a unit would only be considered a second-rate unit in the Saito family. Yet, such a second-rate unit is able to walk on the streets with such grandeur. The 3 great families of the empire, their reputation isn't something normal factions can compare to. Even more so, a person like him who doesn't belong to any faction can't compare to them. What Wu Yen didn't know is that even though he and the girls are only a dozen or so people, in the eyes of the 3 great families, their small group is already a force more terrifying than any other single faction. Other than Wu Yen, Mikoto, Kotori, Ikaros, Astria, Toka, and Flandrachan, who are already tier 9, the rest of the girls are already at peak tier 8. In the Ailu Empire's imperial family and the 3 great families, there are at most 2 or 3 peak tier 8 individuals. Maybe the imperial family has more peak tier 8 individuals, but it's still not more than 5. In terms of power, Wu Yan's group is no match for them. Forget about the 3 great families, even a small family can beat them. However, in terms of top-tier combat power, other than the Council, there is no faction in the Spalier world that can match up to them. Besides, behind Wu Yan's group is a limitless and immensely powerful Misaka Corps. When the 20,000 sisters reach their peak, they won't be any weaker than any faction in the Spalier world. This isn't even taking into account his title as the princess fiancée. Also, the daughter of the number 1 family in Ailu Empire, the Lori family, is interested in him. If you think about it carefully, Wu Yan's faction is already very powerful. In front of the large building, the Knight Order has already arrived. Wu Yan noticed that there isn't only one Knight Order in the building. There are many other groups that are bigger than the Knight Order gathered from all directions. They lined up in an orderly manner like an army. At first glance, it's a majestic sight. Obviously, the Saito family didn't just send back a regiment of knights, they also recruited a lot of people from other places. It seems like the monster that appeared in their house made them very nervous. It's not that the Saito family is afraid of death, it's just that the Saito family is in a very bad situation. 3 days ago, the news of Marcus turning into a monster in the camp spread like wildfire throughout Ailu Empire and the Spalier world. Now, even a normal person knows that the second in command of the Saito family has turned into a monster and was killed. The Saito family has lost a lot of face because of this. Marcus betrayed the camp, colluded with the Beast King, and even ran away to avoid punishment. The Saito family has become the center of public opinion. They've received a lot of condemnation from the outside world. Now, in their own base, there's a monster that can eat people. If they don't handle this properly, the Saito family might end up being called a monster family. When that time comes, there will be plenty of people who will be more than happy to take advantage of the situation, especially the third family behind the Saito family, the Ladin family. They will be constantly thinking about how to raise their family's status and become the new second family in the Federation. If it wasn't for this, the Saito family wouldn't have called back their men from the outside world. This is their base after all, there's no shortage of guards. Wu Yen scratched his cheeks when he saw the 1,000-strong army gathering. He looked at the base of the Saito family and he started hesitating. Should I sneak in and take a look? If there's a monster in the Saito family, it must have something to do with the black light. Otherwise, why didn't the monster appear earlier or later? Why did the monster only appear when he was tracking the black light and coming here? Just like what the passerby said, the Saito family has produced monsters before. Didn't Marcus turn into a disgusting monster? Wu Yen didn't know why Marcus turned into a disgusting monster and possessed the same level of dark energy as the primogenite. There's never been a rumor in the Spalier world about someone suddenly turning into a monster. The only possibility that Wu Yen can think of is the black light. A black light that can turn a person into a monster with extraordinary abilities, it doesn't make sense no matter how he thinks about it. From the looks of it, Marcus was able to reach rank 9 because he turned into a monster. If Marcus turned into a monster because of the black light, then the black light's ability to increase a person's level or even rank would be heaven-defying. Is there such a thing in the Spalier world? Wu Yen has been thinking about this question for 3 whole days, but he still hasn't come up with an answer. After all, he doesn't know about any of the mysterious treasures in the Spalier world. The black light that can turn a person into a monster is definitely not a treasure. It's too suspicious for Wu Yen to ignore it. Of course, it's also because of the primogenitor's blood in his body. While Wu Yen was deep in thought, the gates of the Saito family opened up. A figure walked out with a group of guards behind him. He stopped in front of everyone. Wu Yen regained his senses when he saw the figure. A smile appeared on his face. This person was none other than Bing Ling. The ice spirit stood on the top of the stairs and looked down at everyone with a tense expression. "Since you're all here, listen up," Bing Ling calmly said. "Later, a piece of paper will be given to each of you. Write down the position you'll be in charge of tonight. Once you know the area you'll be in charge of, you'll have to guard it immediately." Bing Ling's eyes flashed coldly. "Tonight we have to find that so-called monster. There can't be any mistakes." "Yes." In the open space, a thunderous response rang out, causing Bing Ling's ugly expression to relax a lot. He waved his hand and the guards beside him began to distribute the paper with the posts written on it. Bing Ling's words were clearly imprinted into Wu Yan's ears. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and smiled. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Chapter 874. Night gradually shrouded the entire city. After the initial ruckus during the day, the teams that were transferred back from outside the Saito family are now on alert in their respective areas. Many of them were nervous when night fell, but more of them were curious. They were curious about the true identity of the monster. As a member of the Saito family, they are well aware of how powerful the Saito family is. Don't think that they're powerful just because they have the title of Saito family. In fact, only they themselves know that they're just a group of subordinates in the Saito family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent to other places. Those who stay in the Saito family are the true core of the Saito family. Here, Tier 6 warriors are only patrolling guards, Tier 7 warriors can be seen everywhere. Even Tier 8 warriors can be seen coming in and out of the Saito family's base. One can only imagine how powerful the Saito family is. However, even with such a group of people living here, they didn't find any traces of the monster. In fact, about 20 people died in one night. They couldn't help but feel nervous and curious about the situation. A crescent moon hung in the dark night sky. The slightly cold moonlight poured down from the horizon and covered the Saito family's residence with a layer of silver gauze. It was a bit dazzling. At this time, very few people in the Saito family were able to sleep because they knew what was going to happen tonight. They also knew what was going to happen. Under such circumstances, how could anyone fall asleep? Those who participated in the hunt for the monster held their breaths. They were on high alert and their eyes were wide open. They were trying to find the monster. They don't want to become food for the monster. Deep inside the Saito family's residence, Wu Yen sat in a dark corner on top of a high wall. His eyes were tightly closed. He was breathing slowly and quietly while refining his mana. His psyche was expanding along with his consciousness. If someone could peer into the depths of Wu Yan's mind, they would see that every corner of the Saito family's residence is laid out like a 2D map, including everyone's movements and location. When he sneaked into the Saito family's residence, Wu Yan used a detection spell and sat there, waiting for the monster to appear. Even though the ancestor blood in his body didn't react, Wu Yan has a feeling that he will find something in the Saito family's residence. Amidst the hazy night, the guards of the Saito family waited patiently for their arrival. They waited for the monster to appear, including Bing Ling. Walking along a corridor, the ice spirit's expression was calm, but he was already on his guard. At the same time, he felt helpless. How could he not know what his family was facing now? His uncle colluded with the Beast King and betrayed his comrades. Furthermore, he had turned into a monster that was neither human nor ghost and was killed by someone. This had already caused a huge uproar in the entire family. Now that a man-eating monster had appeared in his home, there were already rumors going around that the Saito family was actually a monster in disguise. If he can't catch the monster, then the Saito family will be in a lot of trouble. Shaking his head in frustration, Bing Ling sighed as he recalled Wu Yan's silhouette. Bing Ling had mixed feelings about Wu Yan. Not only did he defeat him, now, he's a legend in Silveria World Institute. He's so far ahead of me that I can't catch up to him no matter how hard I try. He even killed my grandfather who's a peak tier 9 and father who's also a peak tier 8, the strongest uncle in the family. To be honest, Bing Ling hated Wu Yan, but his rationality told him that Wu Yan's actions were not wrong. Bing Ling had mixed feelings about Wu Yan. He hated Wu Yan a little, but he also admired Wu Yan a little. In short, he had mixed feelings. The ice spirit sighed again and smiled bitterly. Why did it have to happen when father went out to deal with Uncle Marcus's matter? Just as the ice spirit was muttering softly to herself, suddenly, a very soft sound suddenly rang out, causing Bing Ling, who had thousands of thoughts in her mind, to be startled. Her eyes narrowed, and she immediately rushed towards the source of the sound. His figure turned into an afterimage as he blended into the darkness. He flew past corridor after corridor before quietly hiding in a dark corner. Whoosh! The ice spirit only felt a gust of wind not far in front of him, bringing with it a whistling sound. In the wind, a huge black shadow appeared in it, and in a flash, it shot towards a corner. Then, a blood-curdling scream suddenly exploded in the darkness. Like a deadly cold current, it enveloped the bodies of everyone in the Saito family. In an instant, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Even the ice spirit felt the same. Gritting his teeth, Bing Ling leaped around the corner and arrived at the source of the screams. Then, he saw a figure that was covered in scales and had a lizard-like tail on its back lay on the body of a guard and buried its head deep into the ground. As it moved up and down, a series of strange, chilling, gnawing noises sounded from within. Along with the noises, blood splattered from the guard's body. "It's eating people." The ice spirit's face paled. Then she made up her mind and rushed toward the monster. The undulating head of the monster suddenly stopped moving, and a red light flashed from its eyes. Just when the ice spirit thought that the monster was going to pounce on her, the monster jumped up without hesitation, and a black aura wrapped around its body. With a whoosh, it shot to the other side, trying to escape. Bing Ling's eyes were cold. He jumped up and followed the black figure. His body was covered in an icy blue combat energy. With a flick of his hand, a dagger shot out like a flying dagger with a sonic boom. Whoosh! The dagger slashed through the air and hit the black gas surrounding the monster. Clang! After the crisp sound, sparks splashed out from the black gas. The huge black monster's figure was not affected at all. It drilled into the corridor and disappeared from the ice spirit's sight. What a terrifying body! The ice spirit felt a chill in his heart. He was a warrior at the peak of the 7th grade. Although he didn't use any combat skills or precise skills when he threw the dagger, with the amplification of his Do Chi and the sharpness of his rare armament, it only caused a small spark. It seemed that the dagger had hit the scales and didn't pierce through. Just the defense alone was enough to make him shiver. Seeing the monster disappear from his sight, the ice spirit suddenly shouted, "Monster, catch it!" His voice thundered through the entire Saito residence, and for a moment, the entire place was in an uproar. "Catch the monster!" In the next moment, a series of shouts rang out from the Saito residence. The silence was completely broken. The guards who were guarding their posts rushed towards the Saito residence. In a few breaths, the Saito residence was filled with footsteps and silhouettes. Each and every one of the guards seemed to have gone mad as they rushed towards the Saito residence with their weapons in hand. "There's a monster here!" Not long after, someone shouted, "Here, here! The monster is here!" Loud shouts could be heard from the sky. Saito's house was filled with people, and the monster had nowhere to hide. The guards all saw it. Then shouts, and screams rang out one after another. On the other side, Wu Yen, who was sitting on the wall, opened his eyes. He turned his head and looked in a direction. His wine-red eyes glowed with golden light. In his body, the blood of a true ancestor began to flow faster. "It is here." Feeling the blood in his body, Wu Yen took a step and disappeared. "This time, I will not let you escape." Chapter 875. No, another blood-curdling scream reverberated throughout the Saito residence, sending chills down everyone's spines. Those who were close to the scream could see that the owner of the scream had just rushed out from a corner and met the monster wrapped in black gas. Soon after, that person was wrapped in the black gas, and after a short while, the blood-curdling screams could be heard. The mass of black gas soared and left its original spot. It then flew in another direction. It looked like it was running away, but if one looked closely, they would find that the monster in the mass of black gas was very familiar with the surrounding terrain. The reason it was moving back and forth was mainly to hunt for food. That's right, hunt. One by one, the people who were hit by the black gas disappeared one after another. Miserable screams were heard. When the surrounding people suppressed their fear and raised their weapons to charge forward, the black gas would fly away again. Every time this happened, there would be an additional set of white bones on the ground. Soon after, the black gas pounced onto another unfortunate guard. "Ah! Help! Help me!" In a short period of time, another 3 guards were buried in the monster's mass of black gas. Hearing the desperate screams in the air, the surrounding guards were all terrified. Their hands holding their armaments began to tremble, and their faces were as pale as paper. They no longer dared to charge forward. As soon as the ice spirit arrived, the scene of skeletons all over the ground, miserable screams, and horrified guards holding back their fear mercilessly entered his eyes. It was like a scene from the depths of hell, causing the ice spirit to tremble. At this time, the monster in the black gas turned around and rushed towards him. It rushed over. The ice spirit's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. He watched as the black gas blotted out the sky and was about to pounce on him in the next moment. He inadvertently glanced at a skeleton on the ground and his heart suddenly tightened. If the black gas pounced on him, he would end up like this. He would end up like the skeleton on the ground. The ice spirit's eyes were wide open. He let out a loud roar and gathered all of his do chi. The do chi flowed into the dagger in his hands and met the black cloud head-on. Bang! The dagger hit the black gas. The dagger collided with the dagger with a muffled sound, causing circles of black gas to ripple. However, it only lasted for less than a second before the dagger in the ice spirit's hand began to vibrate and began to crack with a kacha sound. Rare armament. It actually cracked. Bing Ling's face was red and the veins on his hands were popping. Blood splattered everywhere. Bing Ling felt as if he had crashed into a giant mountain. His bones were wailing, and his do chi was dispersing. He was afraid that his armament would be destroyed soon, and he would be the one to break it. They would also be devoured by the man-eating monster. Die, you bastard! Just as the ice spirit couldn't help but feel despair, several angry voices rushed over like a wave, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air. About 7 or 8 figures appeared around the ice spirit in an instant. Fighting chi and magic power surged out, and they crashed into the black cloud with a loud bang. Boom! A violent gale swept across the area. The energy turned into a violent impact. With the two as the center, the sound reverberated in all directions. With a deafening roar, the ground cracked inch by inch from the impact, and the walls were also affected. Cracks spread from the top of the walls. The aura in the air indicated that the 7 or 8 figures that had rushed over were all powerhouses of the 8th stage. Bang! In the collision, the 8th stage 8 powerhouses seemed to have the upper hand. Relying on their advantage in numbers, they sent the black gas flying. Young Master! One of the stage 8 powerhouses helped Bing Ling up. He was panting and his hands were trembling. His face was pale. Are you okay? I'm fine. The ice spirit shook his head with some difficulty. Then, he looked at the mass of black gas that seemed to be unharmed by the combined attack of the 8 powerhouses of the 8th order. The ice spirit felt that his hands were almost torn apart, and his heart was filled with lingering fear. If the 8th stage 8 powerhouses of the family didn't arrive in time, even if he didn't die, his hands would be crippled. To be able to almost kill him with a single attack, and to be able to withstand the combined attack of 8 stage 8 powerhouses, this monster's strength is definitely at the peak of the stage 8 realm. Peak of the stage 8, no wonder no one was able to do anything to it last night. This kind of monster must not be allowed to stay in the family. Everyone. Bing Ling decisively gave the order. Don't let it get away. Young Master, don't worry. But at this moment, just as the 8 stage 8 powerhouses finished speaking, the black gas ball suddenly flipped over, bringing a gust of wind with it as it rose into the air. Under the gaze of everyone present, it flew towards the direction with the least amount of people. Not good. Bing Ling was shocked. Don't let it get away. Monster! Don't even think about escaping. The 8 stage 8 powerhouses shouted angrily, their bodies surging with do chi and magic. Just as they were about to chase after the monster, a figure appeared and dispelled their thoughts, causing them to freeze on the spot. And the direction that the figure was in was the direction that the monster was rushing towards. Bing Ling and the other stage 8 powerhouses reacted, but they didn't have time to see the figure's appearance. They could only cry out in alarm. Careful! However, the figure ignored their cries of alarm. Not only did it not dodge, it leaned forward and faced the monster. Fool! Seeing this scene, Bing Ling and the powerhouses of the 8th order couldn't help but curse loudly. Everyone in the surroundings couldn't help but close their eyes, as if they were afraid that in the next moment, that stubborn idiot would turn into a pile of bones in front of them. However, everything that happened in the next second stunned them. Bang! The black gas ball and the figure violently collided, and a monstrous force evaporated the atmosphere in the space. A few guards who were closer to the scene were even blown away by the force of the force. A violent storm reverberated through the entire scene, engulfing every corner and blowing everyone back. Pang! Everyone only heard a muffled sound. Then, the monster that everyone felt was difficult to deal with was actually sent flying by the figure. It smashed into the opposite wall, instantly shattering the wall, and was covered by the falling rubble. As for the figure, it landed lightly on the ground, and even its clothes were not messed up at all. Everyone was petrified on the spot, their faces filled with horror. The monster that 8 Stage 8 powerhouses had to join forces to barely push back was sent flying in one move by the other party. Could it be that he was a Stage 9 powerhouse? Unlike the other guards and Stage 8 powerhouses who were stunned on the spot, Bing Ling froze the moment he saw the figure. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Wu Yan, it's you. Wu Yan. Everyone shuddered at the same time. The way they looked at the figure changed. As members of the Saito family, how could they not recognize the name Wu Yan? Not only did he defeat their first young master during the Spalier World Tournament, the second young master also suffered a great loss because of his sneak attack. Even the second young master of the Saito family, Marcus, died at the hands of the other party. The name Wu Yan, to the members of the Saito family, was like thunder to their ears. And now, such a person was right in front of them? Wu Yan. At this time, a cold voice rang out. Pang! From the rubble that buried the monster, a black gas filled with a decaying aura floated out like smoke, and with a contraction, the rubble on the ground was blasted away. Everyone reflexively turned their heads to look. With one look, everyone's faces changed, becoming incomparably pale. Within the rubble, a terrifying monster covered in black scales, with long claws and a wriggling tentacle, a ferocious mouth that looked like a beast trap, and a large cyclopean eye with 7 pupils, slowly stood up. On its body, a black gas that looked like a whip vibrated back and forth in the air, and with a furious roar, it shot towards the sky. Wu Yan. Chapter 876. Black smoke that was filled with negative emotions rang out together with a roar, waking everyone up from their stupor. Seeing the ferocious monster roar with hatred, the surrounding people trembled and took a step back. Even the Ice Spirit and the 8 Tier 8 powerhouses subconsciously retreated. For a moment, the area was empty. Only Wu Yan and the monster were left standing there, facing each other. His wine-red eyes narrowed slightly. The true ancestor's true blood was flowing violently in his body, telling Wu Yan that the thing he was looking for was nearby. But looking at the monster's form, which was identical to Marcus, Wu Yan sighed softly. He didn't need the true ancestor's blood to tell him that this monster was his target. Wu Yan frowned as he listened to the other party's resentful roar. He couldn't do anything about it. This monster's behavior was exactly the same as when Marcus faced him. Could it be that every monster modified by the black light had a grudge against him? And quite a big one? Thinking of this, Wu Yan became impatient. Who cares who this monster is? He hasn't harmed any good people or innocent people. Although the people who died in his hands weren't necessarily bad people, they definitely weren't good people either. And every one of them was plotting to kill him. That's why he didn't feel any emotions towards those who hate him. If he did, he would just be impatient. Opening the system's perception, his eyes flashed with a light that only the girls could see. Wu Yan looked at the monster in front of him. Ice surface? Saito, level 79. When the monster's true identity was reflected in his mind, Wu Yan couldn't help but be startled. Then he laughed. So it's you? Wu Yan's voice was soft, much softer than Ice Surface's roar, but it echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Many looked at him in surprise. Ice Surface's roar came to an abrupt end. The black gas filled with negative emotions slowly retreated back into his body. He knows who I am? Before Bing Mian could say anything, Bing Ling, who was standing beside him, opened her mouth and said, "That's right. Do you know who he is?" Bing Ling frowned. He didn't know why Wu Yan is looking at him with a smile that isn't a smile. He felt uneasy. But Ice Spirit suppressed it and asked, "Wu Yan, who is he?" "What?" Wu Yan turned his head in surprise. Ice Spirit and everyone else trembled. "You don't even know that your little brother has become a monster?" "Little brother?" Ice Spirit clenched his fists. The uneasiness in his heart finally turned into reality. Tell me, he's my little brother? Ice Surface? Sa. Wu Yan shrugged. Why don't you ask him yourself? Seeing Wu Yan's nonchalant expression, Ice Surface's anger burned. The black gas around his body surged and exploded. Controlled by anger, Ice Surface didn't hesitate. He raised his ugly claws and viciously pointed them at Wu Yan. He slashed down. Buzz, space suddenly shook, and black light flowed on the two claws on the ice surface. As the claws were raised and lowered, several black claws containing a terrifying aura of decay cut through the obstruction of the atmosphere at an unimaginable speed. In a series of air explosions, they rubbed against the scorching heat waves. Like a black high-voltage electric current, they expanded to dozens of feet in size and fell. The ground was directly plowed into several deep trenches, and the black claw light filled the vision of everyone present. Under everyone's shocked expression, the claws fell heavily. Under the claws was Wu Yan. Within the claws, the terrifying energy was rampaging. Ice Spirit and the other 8 powerhouses could clearly feel the power enough to split mountains and seas. They were all shocked. Wu Yan, who was under the claws, curled his lips in disdain. He didn't use any magic, nor did he use any of his skills. He just raised his hand and slapped the claws above his head. Clang, a sharp ringing sound like the ringing of a bell rang out, turning into a sound wave that spread out in all directions. In an instant, the thick layer of the ground was crushed into powder. The surrounding walls collapsed directly and were blown up by the explosive wind, swirling around and spreading out. Young Master, it's dangerous. Seeing the tornado-like shockwaves, the 8 Type 8 powerhouses beside Bing Ling were shocked and hurriedly channeled their Do Qi and magic, shielding Bing Ling behind them. However, the surrounding guards were not so lucky and were all struck by the shockwaves. The sharp rocks hit their bodies one after another. With a pung-pung sound, the guards were sent flying backwards one by one. They fell to the ground in the distance and could no longer get up. Of course, this little bit of aftershock was not enough to kill these guards who had some strength. It was just a temporary loss of consciousness. Apart from Bing Ling and the 8 powerhouses of the 8th stage, everyone else was lying on the ground. Not a single one of them was able to retain their consciousness. No way. Bing Ling and the rest of the Type 8 powerhouses sucked in a breath of cold air. Just the shock waves. One of the powerhouses couldn't help but gulp. His face was no longer as calm as before. Just the shockwave alone is already so powerful. Is that monster really the second young master? The ice spirit gritted his teeth and stared fixedly at the claw in front of him. His eyes were fixed on the claw light that was descending slowly. Against the wind and waves that were blowing towards him, his eyes did not move away. Ha! Bing Mian laughed sinisterly as he looked around at the ruins and the guards lying on the ground. His laughter was like thunder. Do you see that? Do you see that? This is my current strength. My full strength. Ha ha. While laughing maniacally, Ice Spirit stuck out his tongue and licked his mouth full of sharp teeth. His 7 eyes were filled with ecstasy. It seemed like he was very satisfied with his current state. Furthermore, unlike Marcus, who hated himself for turning into a monster, Ice Spirit didn't seem to care. To him, with his current strength, let alone a monster, he could even turn into an insect. After all, he was originally just a small Tier 7 powerhouse. Due to his injuries, he was crippled. But now, his strength was comparable to his father, who was the strongest in the family other than his grandfather. With his black Do Qi, he was even stronger than his father, who was at the peak of Tier 8. Ha! Thinking of this, Bing Mian laughed maniacally again. After laughing for a while, his laughter stopped because he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough cough. Bing Mian coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood under the astonished gazes of Bing Ling and the others. He covered his mouth that was full of sharp teeth and coughed painfully. Damn it, you ate so many people and your injuries haven't healed yet? Hearing this, Bing Ling and the others finally understood. The monster in front of them came out to eat people in order to recover from his injuries. The ice spirit's face had completely darkened, and her eyes were filled with pain. Wasn't his younger brother also severely injured? Ice spirit, did you really become a monster? Just like Uncle Marcus? A bitter smile appeared on the ice spirit's face, and the paleness on his face deepened. Bing Mian wiped the blood off his mouth unconsciously and chuckled strangely. Well, it's fine, I just need to eat a few more people. As long as I have this kind of strength, I can do anything. As soon as he finished speaking, is that so? An extremely indifferent voice came from the claw light that was slowly descending from the front. Are you satisfied with this kind of strength? Chapter 877. Are you satisfied with just this level of strength? Following that, the claw lights that covered the sky stopped descending. Slowly but surely, the claw lights were lifted up and Wu Yan's figure was exposed under the claw lights. His black robes fluttered in the wind. His robes swayed and his bangs fluttered under the claw light. Under such circumstances, his wine-red eyes were calm and emotionless. Looking at Bing Mian, who was frozen, Wu Yan smirked. If this is the strength you are so proud of, then please be prepared. He raised the black claw like a pillar that supported the heavens, and clenched the hand that was placed on top of it. Pang! Instantly, the terrifying claw light that could tear everything in its surroundings apart seemed to have been crushed by something terrifying. With a muffled sound, it scattered into black spots that filled the sky. It could no longer maintain its form and was scattered. As for Wu Yan, other than his robes fluttering, there was not a single wound on his body. Be prepared to be defeated. This. Bing Mian stared blankly at the attack he was so proud of. Not only did it not cause any damage to his opponent, but it was also scattered in an instant. He was completely dazed. You must be kidding me. My full strength. So strong. Bing Ling's eyes were a little unfocused. He unconsciously clenched his fists tightly. Is this his current strength? The other grade 8 powerhouses were speechless. They looked at each other and lowered their heads with bitter smiles. They believed that under that claw light, the 8 of them could have resisted it if they worked together. But they definitely could not do it as easily as Wu Yan. If it was just one person. The other grade 8 powerhouses shook their heads. The smile on their faces became even more bitter. Among the 8 of them, the youngest was 40 years old. But the opponent was only in his 20s. Is he already so strong in his 20s? Could it be that Wu Yan? Was it really a Type 9 powerhouse? No one present was willing to entertain this thought, but their intuition told them that this was the only way to explain what they had seen. A Type 9 powerhouse in his 20s? Bing Ling and the 8 Type 8 powerhouses were already in a state of confusion. Even Bing Mian was starting to suspect something. After all, he was a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th order, and he also had an extremely strong black do chi. Within the 8th order, he was definitely one of the invincible ones. But even so, his all-out attack had been destroyed by Wu Yan. He didn't even last a second. If it wasn't a 9th stage powerhouse, then who below the 9th stage could do it? 9th rank. Bing Mian felt that his throat, which was filled with the taste of blood, was extremely dry. How is this possible? Looking at the disbelief on Ice's ugly face, Wu Yan pretended to shrug helplessly. So, what exactly makes you so confident? Hearing this, Bing Mian's expression was ferocious as he shouted. But I am already at the peak of the 8th order. You can't possibly be my opponent. Peak of the 8th order? Wu Yan snickered as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. He started walking towards the ice surface. I say, did you make a mistake somewhere? Wu Yan walked towards Bing Mian with a laugh. At the same time, he laughed in spite of himself and said, don't you know? Andrew from the Ladine family, he was also at the peak of the 8th order, but he was killed by me. Your disgusting uncle, Marcus. He was also at the peak of the 8th order, but he also died at my hands. Later, he became like you and reached the 9th order, but he still died at my hands. Compared to them, you're just a piece of trash who relied on external help to reach the peak of Tier 8. You're just a piece of trash who became a monster. Wu Yen coldly spat out his words as he stared straight ahead. Worth. Those impactful words were like sharp spears, stabbing into Bing Mion's heart one after another, causing his wild joy from the sudden increase in strength to vanish into thin air. His body trembled violently. Shaking his head, Bing Mion retreated step by step as if he couldn't accept it. Feeling the power in his body that was tens or even hundreds of times stronger than before, he couldn't be proud anymore. No. Bing Mion went crazy. No. That's not it. This is my power. My power. My strongest power. The current me is already stronger than you. Stronger than you. It must be you. It's you. The black dough chi on his body responded to Bing Mion's emotions and began to become violent. Bit by bit, it leaked out until Bing Mion was completely wrapped in it. You must be jealous of me. So you played some tricks, right? Bing Mion laughed hysterically. His laughter was abnormally unpleasant. That's right. It must be like this. You're not as strong as me. You're not as strong as me. Hearing Bing Mion's crazy words, Bing Ling and the other rank 8 powerhouses turned their heads away, unable to bear watching. How could they be willing to believe that Wu Yen was that strong? No matter what, Wu Yen was only in his 20s, not to mention the 8 rank 8 powerhouses. The one who didn't believe it the most was Bing Ling. A few months ago, in the Spalier World Academy, Wu Yen had fought with him a few times. Although he lost, he could at least put up a decent fight against Wu Yen. But since the end of the Academy tournament, everything changed. He had advanced to the 8th rank before him, and he had been very active in the giant beasts forest. He had fought against a group of 8th rank magical beasts without losing, and he was fearless even when facing a demigod beast king. Not long after, he had become the strongest student in the academy. Even Kaya and Jaffer couldn't harm him when they joined forces. Then, the second-in-command of the Ladine family, who was at the peak of rank 8, was killed by him. His uncle Marcus, who was the 3rd strongest in the family, who was only below his grandfather and father, also died in his hands. In a short 2 to 3 months, Wu Yen appeared in front of him again, suspected to be a rank 9 powerhouse. He, Bing Ling, didn't even have the right to carry his shoes. How could Bing Ling believe this? How could he believe it? However, the howling wind was still blowing against his face. His hands that were almost torn apart were also transmitting waves of pain. Reality told him that all of this was real. Bing Mion. The ice spirit closed her eyes and murmured in pain. Perhaps I can understand why you're willing to become like this. The rank 8 powerhouses guarding Bing Ling seemed to have heard his words. They looked at Bing Mion with sympathy. As for Wu Yen, he was completely pitying him. You're avoiding reality and only want to stay in your own reality? Wu Yen shook his head and sighed. No wonder you can only rely on external help. Without external help, you can't reach your current level. Shut up, Bing Mion roared. He gathered all the black gas around him and stomped heavily on the ground. The ground was instantly crushed. Bing Mion bent down and shot forward. He raised his claws like spears and stabbed towards Wu Yan's chest. I'll kill you. Bing Ling and the others watched as Bing Mion charged towards Wu Yan with black gas. Bing Ling saw Wu Yan's nonchalant expression and understood. Victory and defeat seemed to have been decided. Looking at the abominable-looking monster charging towards him with extreme speed, Wu Yan's heart strangely calmed down. Traces of magical power flowed on the surface of his body. No one could see it. The magical power flowed along with the blood in his body. After circulating in his body, it surged into Wu Yan's mouth. Wu Yan took a deep breath and shouted coldly, "Freeze!" Chapter 878. Freeze! The heavy shout reverberated through the air. The word, freeze, reverberated through the air like an echo. Along with the word, freeze, an obscure magic power started fluctuating in a mysterious manner. The moment the word, freeze, was uttered, The unstoppable figure suddenly froze in place. His sharp claws were only a few centimeters away from Wu Yan's chest. The ferocious monster was already in front of Wu Yan. Bing Mian used all his strength to stab his claws, but he couldn't close the distance between them and Wu Yan's chest. "What's going on?" Bing Mian screamed. All 7 of his eyes glared at Wu Yan. "What did you do?" Wu Yan grinned. He glanced at Bing Mian's ugly face and he clicked his tongue before turning his head away. "It's just a little spell of the spirit of words." "A spell?" Bing Mian paused. "A spell?" Bing Ling and the rest of the level 8 powerhouses frowned. Looking at Bing Ling and the others, Wu Yan scratched his cheeks. He didn't know how to explain this to them, so he decided to just say this. To put it simply, it's a tactic that can force others to act according to the words they say or influence the actions of others. Well, you can treat it as magic. A magic that forces the other party's actions or influences the other party's actions. Bing Ling and the others were shocked. They looked at each other and saw the changes in each other's eyes. They had never even heard of a magic spell that could forcefully regulate the actions of others and influence their actions. Is there such a magical spell in the Spalier world? The one who learned it, isn't he invincible? Bing Ling and the others were tempted to do something even though it wasn't the time to think about it. If the Saito family could have such a magical magic and the magicians could learn it, and the warriors could use ice combat chi, then Bing Ling and the others were surprised. Wu Yan seemed to have seen through their thoughts. He pursed his lips in disdain. Don't think too highly of the spell. It can only force someone weaker than the caster to act on them. The target can't be too much stronger than the caster. Otherwise, it won't work. Hearing Wu Yan's nonchalant tone, Bing Ling and the others were shocked. Wu Yan was right. Even so, it's still very powerful. Let's not talk about the fact that the caster is weaker than the caster. If the caster can affect someone who isn't that much stronger than the caster, then the effect is unbelievable. This is a battle between 2 people of the same level. As long as the difference in strength wasn't too great, even the slightest mistake could lead to a complete loss. What was the difference between a spell that could affect the opponent's actions and forcing the opponent into a state of error? And if he couldn't affect those who were much stronger than him, then what did it matter? They were all so much stronger than him. Even without the spell, the caster can't win. That's why Wu Yan said he didn't care about the spell. It doesn't affect the ice spirit and the others. Of course, if they want to obtain it, it depends on whether they have the ability. But let me go. Bing Ling and the others were preoccupied with their own thoughts. Bing Mian's roar woke them up. They looked up and saw black energy surging around Bing Mian as he roared. He continued to struggle, but no matter how hard he struggled, he was unable to move in the slightest. The difference between the peak of the 8th level and the 9th level is too great. Wu Yan's spell isn't something a peak of the 8th level like Bing Mian can break free from. Let me go. Let me go. Bing Mian screamed at the top of his lungs. He looked like a ferocious beast trapped in an invisible cage. No matter how hard he roared, he couldn't break free. Don't waste your energy. With your strength, you won't be able to break free from my spirit language spell. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and said, "Furthermore, your current strength doesn't even belong to you. I think you should obediently hand over the black light that turned you into this state." Black light? Bing Ling and the others were stunned. Black light? Bing Mian was also stunned. Then he struggled even harder. You're jealous of my current strength, so you want to steal it? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Hearing this, Wu Yan wasn't angry. Instead, he was happy. Sure enough, it was that black light that turned Bing Mian into this state. If that's the case. Wu Yan's eyes turned cold as he said indifferently, "Then you can go to hell." Then, Wu Yan's hand exploded with electricity. Blue and white sparks flashed as he pressed down on Bing Mian's chest. Bing Ling was shocked when he saw that Bing Mian was about to die in Wu Yan's hands. Wait. Wu Yan paused and frowned. What? Do you want to keep this monster alive? Bing Ling's face twisted into an ugly smile. He shook his head bitterly as he looked at the ferocious Bing Mian. Bing Mian was a completely different person from before. Wu Yan, Can you let me deal with him? Wu Yan's frown deepened when he heard Bing Ling's words. No matter what, Bing Mian was still his brother. It was reasonable for him to make such a request. With Wu Yan's personality, he couldn't be bothered with a piece of trash that he could forget with a wave of his hand. It wasn't impossible for him to let Bing Ling deal with him. But the problem is, Bing Mian's body must have the black light that caused him and Marcus to become like this and can greatly increase their strength. With that black light on Bing Mian, Wu Yan didn't want to let Bing Ling deal with him, no matter how reasonable it was. After all, that black light was an indescribable existence that could fend off the true ancestor's blood in his body. The fact that the true ancestor's blood in his body reacted to it multiple times proved that the black light was no ordinary thing. Wu Yan couldn't be at ease if he kept something like this. Just as Wu Yan was about to refuse, Bing Mian suddenly screamed in pain. Ah no! No, it was as if something had drilled into Bing Mian's body and stirred it up. He roared in incomparable pain, and in the midst of his roar, the black scales on his body actually began to recede amidst a surge of black gas. What? The sudden change shocked everyone. Before they could react, the scales on Bing Mian's body had completely disappeared, revealing his original skin. Bing Mian's original body and appearance gradually recovered under Bing Ling's pleasantly surprised gaze. But just as Bing Mian was about to fully recover, a black light shot out of Bing Mian's body with lightning speed. Caught off guard, the black light shot into Wu Yan's body. His expression changed drastically. Wu Yan couldn't keep his calm any longer. With a loud shout, all the magic in his body expanded in an attempt to force the black light out of his body. He didn't want to turn into a monster like that. But before Wu Yan could do anything, the blood of the true ancestor in his body suddenly went berserk, like a beast king whose territory had been invaded. It trembled violently. An invisible wave surged out of the blood and collided with the black light that shot into Wu Yan's body. Inside his body, the black light that was about to take over Wu Yan's body felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer. It let out an almost inaudible sound of a bug. Then, as if it had met its natural predator, it retreated back the way it came, leaving Wu Yan's body exposed to the air. It was not until the black light reappeared in his sight that Wu Yan reacted. He quickly reached out and grabbed the black light that was about to shoot into the sky. A soft sound of an insect came from Wu Yan's palm. Wu Yan could clearly feel that something in his palm was struggling. I almost fell into your trap. Wu Yan's face was gloomy. He looked at the black light in his hand and smiled bitterly. Although I don't know what you are and where you came from, but... As he spoke, Wu Yan's hand clenched hard. Bang! The black light was directly crushed by Wu Yan. Phew! Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and laughed softly. Chapter 879. Behemoth Forest, Campsite. At this time, the soldiers stationed in the campsite were all busy forming teams and carrying out their tasks for the day. They all rushed towards the Behemoth Forest. Some went to the Behemoth Forest to hunt magical beasts and provide them with resources to ensure the normal operations of the Empire. Some went to patrol and check for signs of magical beast activity in the Behemoth Forest so that they could report back in time if a magical beast attacked again. Some continued to search for traces of the Beast King in an attempt to take down this potential threat. The entire Behemoth Forest campsite was operating in an orderly manner without the slightest abnormality. It was likely that those who came to see this scene would not be able to imagine that just a few days ago, this campsite was still a mess. It had to be said that after Wu Yan left the campsite, the entire campsite became much more peaceful. There were no more conflicts for no reason, no more monsters mysteriously appearing, and no more major incidents in the middle of the night that woke everyone up. It was simply too peaceful, causing the soldiers to be somewhat unaccustomed to it. It was only now that these soldiers realized how good their previous lives were. Although there were unavoidable dangers in the Behemoth Forest, at least they were safe in the campsite. But when Wu Yan was still here, the campsite was filled with incidents one after another, causing them to be unable to sleep. Compared to now and before, it was simply like hell. In addition, every incident that happened was extraordinary. Peak 8th rank powerhouses were killed, the sky was shattered, and even some of the higher-ups in the past turned into monsters. This series of events brought quite a shock to these pitiful soldiers. Now, everyone was nervous, afraid that they would be woken up by some noise in the middle of the night, and then encounter the sky shattering or monsters appearing. It was to the point that the Thunder King and Pelosi began to suspect that Wu Yen was a jinx. Of course, it did not matter what the people in the campsite thought of Wu Yen. Here, there were still people who missed him and were looking forward to his return. In the eastern region of the campsite, in a large tent at the edge, a large table was placed in the middle of the tent, and the girls were seated around it. Not a single one of them was absent. Plates were placed on the table. It was obvious that the girls were having their meals. However, looking at the plates on the table, the girls looked at each other. As they looked at each other, they swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Their faces were filled with strange expressions. None of them had made up their minds to touch the food on the plate. This was because the things placed on the plate were all shapes and sizes that gradually increased from top to bottom. In the middle, they were twisted like stairs, and there was even a small curved point at the top. It looks like excrement from a human body. The girls stared blankly at the plates filled with the same food. Forget about Chuju and Mikoto, even the gluttonous Astria and Toka couldn't touch a single plate. The atmosphere was eerily silent. The bow-tied hair ornament on the back of 10 Fragrance's head moved slightly like an ear. Every time this happened, it meant that 10 Fragrance was in a very good mood. Or perhaps, her heart was wavering. Toka pointed at the food in front of her and asked in a daze. Her question broke the eerie silence. "Do you want to eat?" Chuju's eyebrows twitched as she looked at the oddly shaped food. She thought she saw a ball of green gas floating out of it. Mikoto couldn't keep her cool. She said with difficulty, "What is this?" Shokuha Misaki had a bright smile on her face, but that smile looked forced. "Misaka-san, don't you know what cookies are?" Cookie. Mikoto's mouth twitched, her finger trembled as she pointed at the object on the plate. "Are you sure it's a cookie?" "Ha!" Shokuha Misaki laughed dryly. "Perhaps the shape is a little weird, but they are definitely cookies. If you don't believe me, you can try." All the girls shuddered when they heard the word try. Kotori couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by try? Why is there something like this for lunch today?" "Not this thing, it's the cookies." Shokuha Misaki grumbled. Kotori ignored her and continued with her questions. "Then why are we having cookies today?" In the end, Frenda raised her hand weakly. "Because that guy isn't here, so no one is cooking." "No one is cooking?" Hinajuku tilted her head in confusion. "Why is there no one cooking? Even if Yen isn't here, Ikaros is right?" Kinuhata Sai pouted and pointed at Ikaros. "Super, take a look for yourselves." Hearing this, the girls all turned to look at Ikaros. With one look, Ikaros's absent-minded appearance was imprinted in everyone's eyes, causing them to be surprised. What's going on?" Kurumi was puzzled as she tapped her lips. "Why is Ikaros like this?" This time, Astria was the one who answered. "Ever since Master left a few days ago, Ikaro-senpai has been acting like this. Is it because of Yen?" Hinajuku sighed. "You're right, Yen has never left without saying a word before. It's no wonder Ikaros is worried." "So?" Mikoto crossed her arms and glanced at the plate in front of her. "How did these cookies come about?" Kinuhata Sai and Frenda both turned their heads and looked at Takitsubo Riku. Their expressions clearly said, "You explain it," causing Takitsubo Riku to shrink her neck and speak. "Well, Ikaros didn't seem to be in a good mood, so I didn't ask her to cook today." "I see." Kotori nodded and went straight to the point. "Then, who cooked today's meal?" Silence once again returned to the scene. The girls shifted their gaze to Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku. Their gazes were filled with pressure, causing the three girls who had been fighting in the dark department for a long time to feel fear. Seeing this, a few hints of threat appeared in the eyes of the group of young girls. From the start, Kinuhata Sai and the other two were the ones explaining the situation. It seems like they know the inside story. Under the pressure of the girls, Kinuda Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku could only pout. They slowly shifted their gaze to Shokuhu Misaki, who had an unnatural expression on her face. The girls went silent. After a while, Mikoto's eyebrows twitched and she said what was on everyone's mind. "You didn't make this thing, did you? Is there a problem?" Shokuha Misaki pretended to be calm and ran her fingers through her hair. Her voice was trembling. "I only forced myself to cook for Ikaros because she's worked so hard in the past. Food?" Mikoto helplessly pointed at the lumps of unknown objects on the table. "You call this food? What? What can I do?" Shokuha Misaki said angrily. "I only know how to make cookies." Then why don't you let the others cook for you?" Kotori glanced at the cookies, and she quickly averted her gaze as if she saw something terrifying. "Chuju, Kurumi, Takitsubu, they all know how to cook, right? If I let them cook for me, sometimes I want to cook for you too." Shokuha Misaki humphed coldly and pointed out like a kind soul. "Don't make it sound like I only know how to eat." The corners of the girls' mouths twitched in unison as they cast a glance at the cookies on the table. Immediately, they fell silent as they cried out in grief and indignation in their hearts. At this point, they would rather Shokuha Misaki only know how to eat. Chapter 880. In this silent atmosphere, Shokuha Misaki seemed to have seen through the girl's thoughts. She couldn't help but feel awkward for a moment, but she quickly returned to normal. "Even though there are only cookies, with this amount of cookies, I'm sure I can eat my fill." Shokuha Misaki smiled awkwardly as if she was showing off. "It's not like I've never treated snacks as food before. That's something only you would do." Mikoto is speechless. Even Mikoto, who has always been at loggerheads with Shokuha Misaki, couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that the seemingly perfect Shokuha Misaki would have a weakness other than her stamina? Compared to being able to eat my fill. Chuju picked up a piece of cookie hesitantly. She asked out of curiosity. "I'm more curious, how did you make it into this shape?" "Yes. Of course, the cookies made by this queen can't be the same as normal cookies. It has to be different," Shokuha Misaki said matter-of-factly. "I spent the entire morning researching this. I combined all the content of Tokuwadai's home economics class with Kinuhara's, Frenda's, and Takitsubu's memories to create this super high-quality cookie. It's combined." Kinuhara Sai's mouth twitched. "Ours." Frenda couldn't keep her cool. "Memories," Takitsubo Riku said weakly. The three girls' shoulders slumped as if they received a heavy blow. They sneaked a peek at the creative cookie. The three girls gave off an aura of dejection. They almost knelt on the floor and started crying. No matter who it was, if someone peeked at their memories of making cookies and managed to create something like this, they would probably be devastated. Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Kotori looked at Kinuda Sai and the other girls with pity and sympathy. Astria and Toka opened their mouths as if they wanted to console the three girls, but nothing came out of their mouths. They froze on the spot. "What kind of attitude is this?" Shoko Misaki stomped her feet angrily. "This isn't just a cookie. This is already a work of art." The girls' heads tilted and they almost fell to the ground. "Then let me ask you." Mikoto sighed and looked at Shoko Misaki with disdain. "What should I do to make such a work of art? How would I know?" Shoko Misaki pouted unhappily. "I just wanted to make some creative cookies. After the results were out. That's why they became like this." The girls exchanged glances. They were all speechless. "What kind of attitude is this?" Shokuha Misaki screamed in frustration. "This empress personally cooked for you. Not only are you not grateful, you're actually looking down on me. They're just strange in appearance. The taste is top-notch." Shokuha Misaki grabbed a piece of cookie and stuffed it into her mouth. In the next second, Shokuha Misaki's chewing stopped abruptly, and her eyes widened in shock. Seeing this, the girls nervously swallowed their saliva. How is it?" Shokuha Misaki didn't answer the girl's question. She just stared at them with her eyes wide open. She didn't move at all, as if she was a wooden puppet. The girls were confused. Flandra-chan, who was sitting on a chair, flapped her broken wings and flew to Shokuha Misaki's side. She tilted her head curiously and poked Shokuha Misaki's cheek with her finger. Then Shokuha Misaki's body fell to the ground and her eyes rolled back into her head. She couldn't get up anymore. This time, all the girls widened their eyes and looked at the cookies in their hands. They screamed and threw the cookies away. Shoko, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku cried out and ran to Shokuha Misaki's side. They fed her water and gave her first aid. This isn't just a cookie. Kotori took a step back with lingering fear. This is simply poison. The girls nodded without any hesitation, no longer daring to look at the cookies on the table. Astria clutched her stomach and whimpered. I'm hungry, Toka pouted pitifully. Me too. The girls felt a headache coming on when they saw how unhappy the two gluttons were. They knew that if they don't feed these two gluttons well, they're going to cause a ruckus. What are you girls doing? At this moment, a familiar voice rang out from the entrance of the tent. It entered the ears of everyone present, causing the young ladies to be stunned before they were overjoyed. Ikaros's eyes suddenly lit up. Her originally slack pupils constricted, filled with deep longing. Her worries were all put down. Master? Ikaros. Wu Yen, who appeared out of nowhere, smiled at Ikaros. I'm back. Wu Yen saw Shokuha Misaki, who was being treated by Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. His expression changed. What's wrong with Kasaki-chan? Master? Shido. Oni-chan. Before Wu Yen could check out the situation, Astria, Toka, Flandra-chan, and Yoshino pounced on him and they hung themselves on him one after another. Master, you're finally back. Astria and Toka cried their hearts out. We missed you so much. I missed you girls too. Wu Yen patted the two girls on the back. But why do I feel like something's not right? You're finally back. Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Kotori released a sigh of relief. They greeted Wu Yen in a cheerful manner. Welcome back. Wu Yen raised an eyebrow. He had a strange feeling in his heart. I'm glad you girls are welcoming me back, but when did you girls become so gentle? Ma, don't mind it. Chuju patted Wu Yan's shoulder. You just need to know that we've never wished for you to come back so much. Now that you mention it, I'm even more concerned. Wu Yen smiled awkwardly. He pointed at Shokuha Misaki, who was lying on the ground. What's wrong with Kasaki-chan? The girls glanced at Shokuha Misaki and replied calmly. She's fine, she just ate something wrong. Something wrong? Wu Yen found it harder and harder to understand the girls' thoughts. Did I miss something? Well, don't mind her, she's reaping what she sowed. Mikoto waved her hand casually. Her face was a little anxious. All right, Yen, you haven't eaten yet, right? Not yet. That's great. Mikoto clapped her hands. Then hurry up and prepare dinner. Wu Yen was speechless. I thought you girls wanted to cook dinner for me, but it turns out you want me to cook dinner. What's wrong with that? Kotori smirked at Wu Yen. Everyone knows how important you are to us. Yeah. The girls nodded. And we can't live without you anymore. Why don't I feel happy at all? Wu Yen pursed his lips and rubbed his forehead. He looked at Kurumi, who was closest to him. I say, what's wrong with him? Era. Kurumi tilted her head. Her slender fingers tapped on her cheeks as if she was thinking. She smiled and her eyes turned into crescents. They just realized the importance of food, huh? Wu Yen scratched his head in confusion. Chapter 881. You, delicious. I'm so happy. Wait, that's mine. What? Don't fight over it. Flan's cake. The table full of dishes was gradually decreasing at an incredible speed. At this moment, All the girls seemed to have turned into gluttons, displaying an unprecedented level of eating. Even Kwang-san, who usually paid attention to etiquette and ate in small mouthfuls, was eating at a speed 5 times faster than before, even though her eating movements were still graceful. Wu Yen and Ikaros, who are still holding 2 plates of food in their hands, are completely dumbfounded. Looking at the scene that has turned into a battlefield and the girls who didn't care about their image and fought over a dish, the 2 of them couldn't react in time. Wu Yen is depressed. He doesn't understand why the girls are behaving so strangely after his return. That's right, strange. With a sigh, Wu Yen placed the 2 plates on the table. In the next second, countless hands reached for the plates, and with a series of clanking sounds, the dishes were all taken. Wu Yen was speechless. Have you not eaten for a long time? Ugh. Kotori swallowed a mouthful of food and waved her chopsticks at Wu Yen. You don't understand. That feeling of having to risk your life 1 second and then being in a paradise the next. Wu Yen looked at Kotori with an exasperated expression. Can you please say something I can understand? Too bad. Kotori threw Wu Yen to the back of her mind as she immersed herself in eating. Wu Yen sighed again. He looked like he had aged a lot. He turned around and he looked at Shokuha Misaki, who is still eating. She looked weak, but she didn't stop eating. His face fell again. I say, Masaki-chan, are you really okay? Wu Yen rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. I don't know what happened, but if you're not feeling well, it's best if you don't eat. At the end of his sentence, Wu Yan's voice became weaker and weaker. Weaker and weaker. In the end, he was left speechless. His face was filled with astonishment. Wu Yen looked at Shokuha Misaki in shock as tears streamed down her face. His voice trembled as he cried out sorrowfully. Don't mind me. Let me eat. Wu Yen wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and he cautiously said, Well, at least slow down your eating. Don't mind me. Let me eat. You. Don't you get fat easily? Don't mind me. Let me eat. I. Don't mind me. Let me eat. Wu Yen was speechless. He glanced at the girls who were slowly bulging their bellies and didn't say anything else. He grabbed the spatula and brought Ikaros out of the tent to continue cooking. Ooh! The group of girls laid on the table and rubbed their bellies. They sighed in pain and comfort. They felt like they were about to die. Their faces were filled with the words, I have no regrets in this life. Looking at the ground littered with corpses, Wu Yen slumped his shoulders. He's not sure if it's because he's exhausted from cooking for an hour or if it's because he's mentally exhausted due to some unknown situation. Or maybe it's a combination of both. He's physically and mentally exhausted. Are you all full? Wu Yen said in an annoyed tone. We're full. The long and orderly response echoed along with the moans. Wu Yen was in a bad mood. He threw the clean utensils to the side, walked to the side of the girls, and sat down. Since you're full, let's talk business. Although I'm curious as to why all of you would have such a change. Aside from Astria, Toka, Flandre-chan, and Yoshino, the other girls forced themselves to look at Wu Yen while howling in pain. Seeing this, Wu Yan's mouth twitched a few times. In the end, he sighed for the umpteenth time since he came back. He patted his cheeks and became serious. I plan to go to a dungeon world. As soon as he spoke, the young ladies were all startled, astonished. You want to go to a dungeon world? Hinajuku tilted her body and looked at Wu Yen. Why is it so sudden? Yeah. Mikoto hurriedly asked. I've never heard you mention it before. Could it be another compulsory mission? I didn't mention it because I didn't plan to. Wu Yen scratched his cheeks and shrugged. When I ascended to Tier 9, my bloodline awakened a new ability. However, I need to enter a dungeon world before I can use it. So, this is a last-minute decision. Wu Yen glanced at the girls and said, So, this time, any of you want to come with me? Let's go to a dungeon world together. The girls were tempted. Even though they had a good time in the Spalier world, this isn't their world. If Wu Yen wasn't around, they wouldn't want to stay in this world at all. Following Wu Yen is undoubtedly the wish of the girls. Mikoto smiled bitterly and shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry. My sisters are still here and I'm worried about them. I won't be able to go with you this time. Mikoto's words reminded the girls that there are still 20,000 sisters in the camp. I see. Wu Yen furrowed his brows for a moment before relaxing them. Indeed, I'm worried about the sisters too. Wu Yen turned to Chuju and said, What about you, Chuju? Me. Chuju pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I'll stay with Mikoto. We'll stay too. Kaneda Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku also chose to stay without hesitation. After spending some time with the sisters, they've developed some feelings for them. Are Chuju-ne-san and Mikoto-ne-san going to stay as well? Astria blinked. She hesitated for a moment before saying, Then I'll stay with Chuju and Mikoto. Sure, Shido. Toka looked at Wu Yen and then at Astria in a flustered manner. The bow on her hair fluttered a few times. In the end, she humphed and waved her hand reluctantly. Ugh, I want to stay with Astria too. Wu Yen nodded helplessly. He turned to Flandre-chan and Yono. The two little girls didn't notice Wu Yan's gaze. They were still fooling around with each other. It's obvious they didn't hear Wu Yan's words. Wu Yan shook his head and looked at Shokuho Misaki. Shokuho Misaki noticed Wu Yan's gaze and she combed her hair. I'll stay. I'll take care of the sisters while you guys are in the dungeon. Otherwise, I won't be able to travel with you in the future. Oh, by the way, Ikaros should stay too. Shokuho Misaki tapped her cheeks. Ikaros's computing ability will be of great help to us. Wu Yen pursed his lips. He looked at Kotori and Kurumi who haven't said anything yet. Even though I'd like to go without Susama? Kurumi shook her head and glanced at Shokuho Misaki. But I'd like to see how Shokuho-san is going to solve the sisters' problem. Shokuho Misaki raised an eyebrow and smiled provocatively at Kurumi. Don't worry, Tokazuki-san, I won't disappoint you. Wu Yan's eyes were teary. Didn't you just say you won't leave me? Now you're rejecting me? Is this what they call burning the bridge after crossing it? Wu Yan looked at Kotori with a sad expression. Oh, don't look at me like that. Kotori blushed and looked away awkwardly. I'll go with you, okay? Wu Yan smiled like the sun after the rain. While Wu Yan was heading to the dungeon, on top of a cliff in the Behemoth Forest, there was a platform engraved with a mysterious magic formation. Black smoke was flowing out of the platform and it was accompanied by an ominous aura. Chapter 882. This place was an ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. The blue color that was deeper than the sky rippled as the waves surged. The sparkling reflection of the arc light seemed to contain a high temperature that could burn a human body. As it swam, it emitted heat that was visible to the naked eye. The sunlight poured down and shone on this boundless ocean, as if it wanted to evaporate it. The heat had already caused the air to distort, causing the surrounding temperature to rise to a frightening level. Occasionally, ships of various sizes would enter and exit this scorching hot sea, wandering back and forth. Under the assault of the hot wind and the response of the steam whistle, they would unswervingly move in a certain direction. There were also some large fishing boats that swam aimlessly here, casting down heavy fishing nets to catch fish. However, in this kind of weather, even if they saw fishing boats, there would be many people who would doubt whether there was any harvest or not. Did the fish die from the heat? In the middle of this boundless ocean, there was an island. To be more precise, it's called an island. It's more like a city floating on the surface of the sea. Itagami Island. That's the name of this island, or more accurately, the city. Of course, if someone thinks this is an ordinary island, they would be sorely mistaken. On the surface, this island looks like a city, but in reality, it's a man-made island. It's made of resin, metal, organic matter, and other materials. With the help of magic, it's a man-made island floating in the Pacific Ocean. It's called an island. However, on this island, there are more than 560,000 people living here. It's a very special place. Because other than being called Itagami Island, it has another name. Demon Special District. It's a man-made area created to protect the endangered demon race and research their body structure and abilities. It's a city where humans and monsters can coexist. On this island, most of the residents are researchers and their family members. There are also people with special abilities who have been recognized by the city. Of course, on this island, the most important thing isn't humans, it's the demon race that is used as research subjects. Beastmen, fairies, half-demons, artificial life forms, vampires, these races that only exist in fantasy can be found here. And they were collectively known as the devil race. However, these species that only existed in legends were not in a good situation here. Now, the destruction of the natural world and the battle between humans had caused the number of demons to decrease greatly. It was to the point where they were on the brink of extinction. That's why humans allowed the demons to stay on this island and protect them. In return, the demons' body structure and special abilities must be analyzed and studied by humans. Itagami Island. It was an artificial city built for this very purpose. Because of this, the demons were granted the right to move around Itagami City openly. They were allowed to study, work, and live like humans. It wasn't strange for them to live together with humans. Because of this, the citizens of Itagami City recognized their right to live like humans. The demons who lived normally were known as the registered demons. Even though Itagami City was a city where both humans and monsters coexisted, not every street was filled with beastly beastmen or vampires bearing their fangs. Almost all demons had the ability to morph into human form. Usually, their appearance was exactly the same as that of a human. It was also very easy to identify demons. All the demons would be equipped with a wristband with a restriction ability or alarm function, which was similar to the universal ID card of demons. They could distinguish humans from demons through this wristband. However, only those demons who had been recognized and wore this wristband could explain themselves. Those demons who didn't have any ID card didn't have such a wristband. Fortunately, Itagami Island is a special city for the demon race. Normally, it doesn't accept visitors from companies, research institutions, or family members. The main business of the island isn't sightseeing either. Therefore, the security check to enter the island is quite strict. Normal tourists can't enter. Also, due to the warm current, the temperature here fluctuates slowly. Even during winter, the average temperature can reach above 20 degrees Celsius. Plus, Itagami City is located in the tropics, so it's like summer all year round. On this hot and humid island, the body temperature was higher than what was shown on the thermometer. In a sense, the wind that was heated by the sea in midsummer was even stronger than the hot wind in the desert. Such an environment was extremely cruel for ordinary humans. Therefore, not many people would want to come here for sightseeing. After all, from another point of view, this place could be considered as the entrance to a huge laboratory. Therefore, demons that haven't landed on Itagami Island would never appear on the island. Unless they don't use their powers for the rest of their lives, they would be arrested the moment they are detected for their demonic energy. Of course, there were exceptions for those with special backgrounds. For example, the existence known as the strongest vampire in this world, the fourth true ancestor, was such a case. Speaking of which, it must be mentioned that in this world, vampires were the most powerful existence among all the demons. They were known as the most powerful immortal branch of the demon race. Their resilience and physical abilities were far superior to that of ordinary humans. They could eat ordinary food like humans, and could also replenish their magic power by sucking blood. Naturally, they also had the general urge to suck blood like vampires. However, the blood-sucking impulses of the vampires here were not triggered for no reason, but because of sexual impulses. As for the reason why vampires are known as the strongest demons, it is because they have a trump card. Vassal beasts. Only vampires can truly control vassals. They pay the price of their life force to summon vassals from another world. Even the weakest of them was more powerful than any new fighter jets or tanks. Some of the more powerful familiars could even easily destroy the terrain. The most powerful familiars possessed the terrifying power of natural disasters. It would be more than enough to destroy an empire. Vassal beasts were the greatest proof of vampires' power among the demons. Compared to vassal beasts, vampires are considered to be the weakest among the demons. After all, even though vampires are known as immortal, they aren't completely immortal. The reason they're known as immortal is because their lifespans are so long that no one has ever seen them die of old age. If a human child were to use the weakest vassal beast, it wouldn't take long for the child to die from exhaustion. Vampires, on the other hand, were able to freely use vassal beasts. Under such circumstances, no one would be able to witness the end of a vampire's lifespan. One can only imagine how long a vampire's lifespan is. Furthermore, vampires have a brain that can control magic and a heart that controls blood circulation. These are the vampire's fatal weaknesses. If these two parts are seriously damaged, no matter how strong a vampire is, they will die. The only ones who can truly achieve immortality are the gods who have never existed and the pinnacle of vampires, the primogenitor. The first primogenitor, the forgotten warlord. The second primogenitor, the eye of extinction. The third primogenitor, the chaos empress. And the fourth primogenitor who only existed in legends but was recently confirmed to be living in Aidogami City. These were the four strongest true patriarchs in the world at the moment. At least, that's how it looks on the surface. But now, in Aidogami City, which is about to experience chaos due to the presence of the fourth primogenitor, another primogenitor from another world has arrived with his partner. Unknown to the world's major powers, the fourth primogenitor has arrived. Chapter 883. The scorching heat from the sun baked the earth mercilessly. The atmosphere seemed to distort as it flowed freely under the cloudless sky. It entered the bodies of the pedestrians as they breathed. Judging from the sweat and heavy breathing of the pedestrians, one can see how painful it is to breathe in the hot air. There are many skyscrapers in the surroundings. The buildings that reflect the sun's rays are like towering trees. They are lined up on both sides of the street in an orderly manner. There are as many pedestrians as there are hairs on a cow, but there aren't many vehicles. The pedestrians who passed by were all sweating profusely. They couldn't wait to get away from this sea of suffering and find a cool place to save their muddled heads. However, amidst the bustling flow of people, there were two people who stood out from the crowd. Not only were they not in a hurry to leave this street that had no shelter and received all the sunlight, they stood in the middle without moving at all. And this scene had been going on since 30 minutes ago. If it wasn't for the fact that Aidogami City is a special district of the demon race, these two people would be the center of attention. The two people standing in the middle of the street are a man and a woman. The man is wearing a black shirt, black pants, and a black hooded jacket. His hair is black and his eyes are red. Other than his eyes and skin, everything else is black. In this kind of weather, it's no different from asking for trouble. After all, black is the color that absorbs the most heat. Not to mention he's wearing a jacket. The woman, on the other hand, is much more eye-catching. Her petite figure is wearing a pink shirt and a black pleated skirt that only covers her knees. Compared to the man, she's much cooler, revealing her fair thighs. Of course, there aren't many parts that can be seen. This was because the girl was wearing a pair of high boots that were less than 10 centimeters away from her knees. In addition, she's wearing a pure white, transparent dress that looks like a pair of wings draped over her shoulders and pulled down to her waist. Her long red hair is tied into two ponytails. Black ribbons are tied around her hair. She looked very cute and sweet, like a little princess who was in love for the first time, causing the people around her to fall in love. Many passers-by who were hurrying past couldn't help but glance at her. It was a pity that this adorable appearance was completely destroyed by the girl's next action. I say. The girl's face was filled with displeasure. She yelled at the man with a voice that's not much lower than a roar. Are you done or not? We've been standing here for 30 minutes. Hearing the young girl's cries, the man seemed to be unable to take it. He closed one of his eyes and tilted his head so that his ear was further away from the young girl's mouth. Then he smiled embarrassedly and waved his hand. Well, let's wait a little longer. Grabbing the map that he had been holding in his hand since 30 minutes ago, his wine-red pupils shifted to the map again. I'll be done soon, probably. Huh. The young girl let out a cute cry of disbelief, then covered her forehead with her hand. Coming to this dungeon world with you is the worst decision I've ever made in my life. Yes, the man and woman standing here are Wu Yen and Kodari from the Spalier world. It's been about an hour since I arrived in this world, or Itagami Island. Itagami Island is a special district of the demon race. It's a man-made island for researchers and their family members to live in. Strictly speaking, it's a large research facility. Research on the various types of demons is the main focus here. Life is just a side benefit. Under such circumstances, Itagami City's security is very strict. Basically, to enter Itagami City, not only do you have to go through a lot of paperwork, you also need to have a good reason or background. Otherwise, such a special place wouldn't allow outsiders to enter. Fortunately, Wu Yen and Kodari arrived at Itagami Island directly. If they wanted to enter, they would have to go through a lot of trouble. They might even get into conflict with the guards. That wouldn't be good for Wu Yen and Kodari. After all, if they can't enter Itagami Island, Wu Yen won't be able to complete his dungeon mission. Dungeon World, Bloodlust Rampage Dungeon Mission, Redemption Mission 1. Become an attack mage in Demon Race Special District, Itagami Island Mission Reward. 5,000 Equipment Points, Item Points, Ability Points, Summoning Points Mission 2. Yet to be activated Mission 3. Yet to be activated, beep. User, you will only be able to leave this instance dungeon after completing all the quests in this instance dungeon. When Quest 1 is completed, Quest 2 will be activated. When Quest 2 is completed, Quest 3 will be activated. When Quest 3 is completed, user will be able to leave this instance dungeon. Reminder, the time ratio between the real world and the real world is 100. 1. Users can train in this dungeon without any worries. I wish you a pleasant journey. An attack mage is a term used by humans who have the ability to fight demons head-on. For example, magicians who have mastered powerful magic, psychic abilities and are known as overachievers, or humans who have extraordinary strength and are comparable to demons. These types of people can become attack mages. Strictly speaking, Wu Yen can't become an attack mage. That was because he was the true ancestor of vampires, not a human being. Even if he wanted to be called a general term, he should be called a demon. It was impossible for him to be called an attack mage by a human being who had the power to fight against demons. However, Wu Yen may be a vampire's primogenitor, but unlike other vampires, he can control familiars. He can use magic, psychic abilities, and even alchemy, soul language, yin-yang, and other skills that belong to humans. Generally, people who had this type of skill could become an attack mage. Because of this, Wu Yan's position is a bit ambiguous. When he first came to this world, he got to know a bit about this world from the system. He's a bit confused. He's not sure if he can become an attack mage as the true ancestor of vampires. But, since the quest required him to do so, he's going to have to do it. Becoming an attack mage was easier said than done, but harder said than done. The difficult part was that you had to have skills that could rival the demon race, such as magic, superpowers, etc. Only then could you become an attack magician. The easy part was that as long as one had the ability to fight against the demon race, then one would have the qualifications to become an attack mage. If the first mission only required him to become an attack mage, it wouldn't be that hard to complete the first mission. The problem is that the first mission requires him to become an attack mage of Itagami City. To become an attack magician of Itagami Island, Wu Yen has to be recognized as a member of Itagami Island by the higher-ups. He also has to accept missions from the higher-ups whenever an attack magician is needed in Itagami Island. It was the same as joining a faction like Itagami Island. This troubled Wu Yen. After all, he's a vampire, a demon, and an unregistered one at that. If he swaggered to the higher-ups of Itagami City and asked them to accept him as an attack mage, it would be strange if they didn't arrest him for causing trouble. But the first mission is right there. With no other choice, Wu Yen could only take one step at a time. After getting a basic understanding of Itagami City, He brought Kotori with him and bought a map to explore the city. Because of this, they didn't know the place and didn't have a clear destination. The two could only stand there and stare blankly at the map for half an hour. How should I put it? Silly, naive. Chapter 884. Under the scorching sun, even Wu Yin couldn't help but sweat beads on his forehead and trickle down his cheeks. Even his throat started to dry up and his wine-red eyes started to ache. The current temperature is at least 40 degrees Celsius. It's not a normal heat. If a normal person was exposed to the sun for more than half an hour, they would have already gotten heat stroke. Wu Yin didn't get heat stroke, but he still felt unbearably hot. After looking at the map under the sun for so long, it's normal for his eyes to feel sore. Compared to Wu Yen, Kotori didn't sweat at all. As a flame manipulator, this temperature is nothing to Kotori. However, she still noticed Wu Yan's sweaty appearance. She blinked her eyes and her heart ached for him. Kotori took out a handkerchief from her pocket. She hesitated for a bit, but she couldn't muster the courage to wipe his sweat. She shoved the handkerchief into his hand and turned her head away in a huff. Hurry up and wipe it off. Look at your head full of sweat. Don't make it stinky. Wu Yen was stunned. He chuckled when he realized what was going on. Well, I'll gratefully accept the kindness of my cute little sister. Although I'm quite dissatisfied with the fact that there's no need to wipe my sweat. Who would wipe your sweat? Kotori blushed and pretended to be angry. Who do you think put us in this situation? You want me to wipe your sweat? Don't even think about it. I can't help it. Wu Yen wiped the sweat off his forehead and he complained. We don't know anyone here and we don't have a destination in mind. It's inevitable for us to wander around here. Kotori furrowed her beautiful brows. Don't you know the situation of every dungeon? Don't you know what to do first? Ha! Wu Yen laughed dryly. Although I am very familiar with some instance dungeon worlds, it is impossible for me to be so familiar with every instance dungeon world. Unfortunately for me, this is the case. Unfortunately, this dungeon is the type that I'm not familiar with. That's right. Wu Yen wasn't as familiar with the Bloodthirsty Rampage world as he was with the Whirlwind Butler, Forbidden Tome Catalog, Date Battle, and Sword God's Domain. When he first transmigrated to the Spalier world, the Bloodthirsty Rampage world was just released. Although he was an otaku, he wouldn't let go of any good anime. However, he wasn't as familiar with it as he was with the old world. That's why Wu Yen only had a rough understanding of the Bloodthirsty Rampage world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the system for some basic information. As for the plot, he didn't completely forget it, but the parts he remembered were intermittent. There's not much left. This is the main reason Wu Yen became a headless chicken. Anyway, Kotori unwrapped a pearl and put it in her mouth. It's not a good idea to stay here. Let's find a place to stay. That's what I thought from the start. Wu Yen glanced at Kotori and waved the map in his hand. So you've been looking for a place to stay? What? Is it that hard to find a place to stay? It's not hard to find a place to stay, but it's not easy to find a place where we can stay without having to show identification. Of course, it's not that hard to find a place like a couple's hotel. Love. Couple's hotel, don't shout so loudly in a place like this. Do you want me to be looked down upon as a pervert? You're a pervert. You're a big pervert. Couple's hotel. You can even think of that. I'm just mentioning it. I'm not really going to stay there. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Let me tell you, if you find a place like a couple's hotel, you're dead meat. I told you. Don't be so loud. Just like that, the two siblings made a big fuss in the middle of the street, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Fortunately, because of the weather, not many people wanted to stay and watch the show. They all just took a glance and left with a belly full of curiosity. Of course, there were some who weren't afraid of the heat. Those who were bored didn't mind being a fly. For example, "Yo, the two of you are fighting?" A teasing whistle came from beside Wu Yen and Kotori. Three guys in their 20s with dyed hair and adorned with eye-catching accessories came out from a nearby alley. They approached Wu Yen and Kotori with flirtatious looks on their faces. Wu Yen and Kotori froze but soon relaxed. They watched as the three gangsters surrounded them. Hey, what a cute little girl. A yellow-haired delinquent giggled and glanced at Kotori. His smile widened when he saw how cute she was. What's wrong? Did you fight with your boyfriend? Do you want us to comfort you? Yeah. Another brown-haired delinquent also came up and said with a smirk, unlike your useless boyfriend, we are very gentle. What do you think? The green-haired gangster pointed at his nose impatiently. Come play with us. Kotori looked coldly at the three delinquents who were getting closer and closer. She chewed the pearl in her mouth and curled her lips as if she was not tired of it. Can you guys get out of my sight? Hey, don't be so cold, we're easy to get along with. The three delinquents giggled as they tried to squeeze in front of Kotori. They even tried to push Wu Yen out of the way. However, Wu Yen crossed his arms in front of his chest. He didn't say anything, he didn't move either. He just let them squeeze in. Thus, the three delinquents tried to squeeze their way in, but the scene they imagined didn't happen. Instead, they felt like they were being squeezed into a wall. They're taller than Wu Yen, but they couldn't push him aside. Oh, you're quite strong. The blonde gangster looked at Wu Yen in surprise and sneered. Hey kid, can you move aside? Didn't your mom teach you that it's wrong to block other people's way? Wu Yen raised an eyebrow and he smiled in amusement. Did your mom teach you to hit on other people's girlfriends? Hey, kid, you seem to be very arrogant. The brown-haired delinquent laughed sinisterly and clenched his fist. Suddenly, the sound of his knuckles cracking could be heard. I'm just borrowing your girlfriend for fun, you don't mind, right? Wu Yen narrowed his eyes and sneered. You mean if I want to borrow your girlfriend, you won't mind? Don't talk so much to this brat. This brat looks very arrogant. The green-haired gangster pushed his companions aside and walked in front of Wu Yen. He slowly raised his hand. Kid, do you know what this is? Wu Yen subconsciously followed the delinquent's words and looked at his hand. His eyes narrowed. He saw that the delinquent was wearing a metal bracelet on his wrist. It's not just the gangster, the other two gangsters also have the same bracelet on their wrists. This kind of bracelet looks very common, you can buy it even on the streets. However, Wu Yen didn't think that the guy was trying to show him a cheap product. Wu Yen didn't recognize the bracelet, but he knew that there was a special bracelet on Itagami Island. Demon Entry Permit. Only the demons on Itagami Island were allowed to wear the Demon Entry Certificate to show their identity. In other words, these three gangsters aren't humans. They are demons. Chapter 885. The three delinquents in front of him are all demons. Looking at the three special bracelets that represent their identities, he frowned and sighed. In this world, even demons can be delinquents? Should I say as expected of the Demon Special District? Or should I say it's a far cry from my impression? However, this also proves that the demons have fully integrated into the lives of ordinary people in Itagami Island. It's time for me to change my perspective on the demons. Many thoughts flash through his mind in an instant, causing him to look like he's frozen in place. In the eyes of the three delinquents, his demeanor is no different from being frightened. Instantly, the three delinquents giggled in delight and delight. How about it? Do you understand? The blonde delinquent had an annoying smile. He put his arm around Wu Yan's shoulder and waved the demon land permit in his hand. This is the demon race's landing certificate. We are all demons. Do you understand what this means? This means. Without waiting for Wu Yan's reply, the other brown-haired delinquent puffed out his chest and shouted. In our eyes, you are a mere human. You're just an ordinary human being. You're just a piece of cake. Do you understand? The green-haired delinquent seemed impatient. He waved his hand at Wu Yen like he was swatting a fly. If you understand, then get out of my way. Wu Yen looked at the three demons. He didn't interrupt them, but his gaze became colder and colder, He was no longer as interested as before. You. Wu Yen looked up, his wine-red eyes were emotionless. Are you done? The three delinquent demons were stunned by Wu Yan's sudden change in tone. Their eyes were filled with confusion. In the past, they had done things like today many times, relying on their status as demons to back them up. Bullying the weak. They do it almost every day. But when they do, they will. Then, the demonic entry permit in their hands would sound the alarm when they used their demonic energy, alerting the guards of Itagami Island. When that time comes, they won't be able to get away with it. But as demons, they don't need to use demonic energy to bully ordinary people. It was also because of this that every time they flashed their devil landing certificate and revealed their identities as devils, the ordinary people they bullied would obediently listen to them. No matter how unwilling they were, they didn't dare to act on the spot and let them do as they pleased. Over time, these three devils became more and more unscrupulous. But this time, it's different from the past. Not only was the man before them not fearful of their devilish identities, his attitude had also changed after they had revealed their identities. It was as if before he revealed his identity, the other party was like a lion watching an antelope waving its sharp horns in front of him. Rather than saying that he was playing with them, it was better to say that he was watching their performance with a playful mood. After revealing their identities, the lion suddenly realized that the antelope's horn turned into a spear that can pierce its skin. It went from ignoring them to looking at them directly. But that doesn't mean it's a good thing. After all, when a lion sees an ant crawling in front of it, it won't waste its strength to squash the ant. But when an antelope walks in front of it, even if the antelope can't hurt it, it will pounce and bite the antelope to death. Now, the three demons who evolved from ants to antelopes have a sense of crisis, like they're being stared at by a lion. But how is that possible? The other party doesn't have a demon land permit, he's not a demon. Is he an attack mage? Thinking of this, the three demon hoodlums couldn't help but tighten their bodies, but their words were still as arrogant as before. Hey, human, do you want to fight the three of us alone? In other words, they have the advantage in numbers and don't mind ganging up on them. Of course, the three youths didn't notice that the brat they were referring to had changed from human to brat. Wu Yen sensed the change in the three demons and sighed. He turned to Kotori. Kotori, how do you think we should deal with them? Ah. Kotori twirled the jewel in her hand, seemingly amused by Wu Yan's question. She waved her hand nonchalantly. It doesn't matter, just deal with them quickly. I don't want to stand here like an idiot. Ugh. Wu Yen glanced at Kotori, who didn't seem to care. He smacked his lips. All right, all right. As soon as he said that. Thud. Before the three delinquent demons could react, a soft stomp abruptly sounded and reverberated in the scorching air. Wu Yen turned into a wisp of light, and in a flash he gradually enlarged in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of them. Wow! The three delinquent youths' expressions changed drastically. Wu Yan's lips curled into a thought-provoking smile. Boo! He swung his leg like a whip and smashed it on the body of the green-haired delinquent demon. After a muffled sound, the green-haired delinquent demon screamed miserably as if he was hit by a truck. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string and heavily smashed into the wall of the street. His head tilted as he fainted. Seeing their comrade being sent flying like this, the remaining two delinquents couldn't help but cry out in shock. After recovering from their shock, they quickly retreated. You really are an attack mage, huh? Hearing the two delinquent demons' angry shouts, Wu Yen lightly swung his leg and tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. What? Are you afraid because your opponent is an attack mage? Wu Yen sneered and he tilted his body to the side. Didn't you just say that I'm an ordinary human that you can easily take care of? Or are you saying that once the opponent is stronger than you, you're afraid of the slightest thing? As if trying to crush the nerves of the two demons, the words turned into arrows, piercing through their minds word by word. As expected of delinquents, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Even demons. You bastard. The two already frightened demons seemed to have been hit by his words, their faces filled with anger. Then, a torrent of demonic energy violently surged from their bodies. Due to the difference in status between attack mages, the skill system they use is also different. Magicians use magic, overdaptors use superpowers, there are all kinds of skill systems. As long as their skill is strong enough to fight demons, they can become attack mages. However, regardless of the differences in the skill system of attack mages, it was a fact that they had the ability to resist the demon race. For the demon race, attack mages were also the natural enemies of attack mages. Attack mages, attack mages, attack mages. The meaning of this skill was as literal as its name, one could rely on their own strength to attack the demon race. Therefore, there were also attack mages who hunted demons for a living. Like assassins, there were attack mages. The two demons already regarded Wu Yen as an attack mage. Although they don't know if he's the type that hunts demons for a living, but the fact that their comrade was defeated in an instant made them fearful, so they used their demonic energy regardless of the cost. BZZ. Almost at the same time, the two demons' demon entry permit issued an alarm. Along with it, the surrounding streets also abruptly rang with the sound of sirens. Abnormal demonic energy detected. Surrounding citizens, please evacuate. Repeat it. Abnormal demonic energy detected. Surrounding citizens, please evacuate. The sound of mechanical alarms reverberated in the surroundings. The entire street was in chaos all of a sudden. Chapter 886. BZZZ. Abnormal magical energy detected. Civilians, please evacuate immediately. I repeat, abnormal magical energy detected. Civilians, please evacuate immediately. On his wrist, the two demon race landing permits immediately sensed the magic power surging from the wearer. They vibrated like an alarm bell and issued an alarm in a burst of red flashes. On the street, an alarm that was louder than the demon landing certificate sounded from somewhere and spread all over the place in a short period of time. The next moment, defensive doors started to fall from the buildings on both sides of the street. After being stunned for a short while, people started to panic. Demons! Quick! Amidst their screams, the pedestrians ran towards the ends of the streets in panic. They no longer had the appearance of being exhausted due to the hot weather. Every one of them was afraid that if they ran too slow, they would be involved in the battle. At that time, as ordinary humans, they might not even know when they would be implicated and die. Screams and screams resounded throughout the area. Along with the sound of the sirens, the crowd quickly ran away. Wu Yen and Kotori exchanged glances with each other when they heard the sirens echoing in the area. There was an alarm. Kotori looked displeased. This Itagami Island, does it forbid demons from fighting? I don't think it's that bad, right? Wu Yen looked around and smiled bitterly. But it seems like we've gotten ourselves into some unnecessary trouble. Even though Wu Yen has a basic understanding of the situation in Itagami Island, he didn't expect to see a battle in the city. The result is like a fire. But then again, it makes sense. There are normal humans living in Itagami City. When demons fight, their power isn't something normal humans can handle. That's why demons fighting in Itagami City isn't a big deal. But when demons use their magical energy, it's not a big deal. In fact, it was no different from a large-scale disaster. Under such circumstances, it's impossible for Itagami Island to not have any rules or regulations. It's just that Wu Yen and Yukari aren't familiar with the rules here. Now, the two demons had used their magic power, and the alarm had been sounded. The enforcers of Itagami Island should be coming soon. At that time, they would be in big trouble. It's not that Wu Yen and Kotori are afraid of Itagami City's law enforcers, it's just that they are trespassers without proper registration. Once they started patrolling, then, the fact that the two of them did not register their identities would be exposed. They would definitely be investigated, but that was still a small matter. The key was, If that happened, how would they complete the first dungeon quest? This was the disadvantage of Wu Yen not being familiar with the original work. This time. Thus, it was displayed. It seems that if we really make a fuss, it will be very big. Kotori finally showed some seriousness in her red eyes. She told Wu Yen calmly, "Let's settle this quickly." Wu Yen nodded, no longer teasing. However, the two of them spoke as if no one else was around, infuriating the two demons. "Damn it! I'll show you what's good for you." The two delinquent devils shrieked as if they had gone mad. Their appearances immediately changed. Its pair of turbid eyes gradually turned blood red, and two sharp fangs protruded from its mouth, revealing itself above its lips. Even its ears seemed to have become a little sharper. These two youths from the Devil clan were actually vampires. Vampires? Wu Yen was surprised by what he saw. "I'll kill you." The two vampires grinned maliciously. An air current that resembled blood and red steam erupted from their bodies. As they wriggled, their already impressive magic power increased by 2 to 3 times. The red steam swirled like a whirlpool. In the end, the two streams of red steam formed two horned beasts. They hovered in the air and roared. Hiss! A sharp screeching sound shook the entire area, and the atmosphere started to fluctuate violently. Under the effect of the tearing atmosphere and the surging magic power, the security doors on both sides of the street started to deform slightly, as if they were directly hit by some terrifying heavy weapon. This. Looking at the two horned beasts howling at him, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with an indescribable glint. Are these familiars? The trees on the street began to fall, the ground began to crack. Even the iron pillars of the street lamps groaned as if they would collapse at any moment. All of this was caused by the mana from the familiars. What a strong magic power, what a destructive power. Wu Yen gasped in shock. It's no wonder he reacted that way. From the feedback he received from system perception, Wu Yen knew that the two vampires before him were only at rank 7. They had just reached the lowest rank of rank 7. However, the vassal beasts they released were already at the peak of class 7, and were even showing signs of breaking through to class 8. What does this mean? It means that even if someone stronger than them were to take a hit from one of their familiars, they would suffer a fate worse than death. These familiars give their masters the ability to challenge those above their rank. In fact, they might even be able to challenge those above their rank. It was only now that Wu Yen realized he had underestimated the power of familiars. Possessing familiars didn't necessarily mean that one possessed great strength, but it definitely meant that one possessed terrifying destructive power. Even those stronger than you wouldn't be able to match up to you in terms of destructive power. If the familiars summoned by the two ordinary vampires were already this powerful, what kind of power would the familiars summoned by him, a true ancestor, have? Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan's heart started to heat up and an excited smile appeared on his face. Looks like I'll have to hurry up and summon my familiars. The two vampires attacked at the same time. Go. Bite him to death. Ghostvine. Hiss. The two familiars shrieked and charged at Wu Yen. They tore through the air with a sonic boom and terrifying mana fluctuations. Wu Yen wasn't surprised. Instead, he revealed a fanatical smile. Bring it on. Wu Yen clenched his fist at the sight of the two vampires charging at him. A surge of mana comparable to that of the two familiars ignited around his fist. Due to his agitation, his wine-red pupils had already turned into a noble gold color that would only appear when he was fully unleashed. Vampires' familiars are highly concentrated mana entities with a will of their own. In other words, the familiars themselves are mana itself. In order to defeat a familiar, the only way was to use magic that was more powerful than the familiar's own magic. It was because of this that Wu Yen gave up on other methods and focused solely on mana. Let me take a look. A vast power surged into the sky along with the magic power. Just how powerful are real familiars? Two vassal beasts charged at Wu Yen with overwhelming might. His fist wrapped in mana met the two familiars head-on. The next moment, Boom, like a meteor crashing down. Like a volcano erupting. Like the roar of thunder. Like a star exploding. An extremely dense light flashed from the center of the field, instantly illuminating every corner of the space. Then, a roar that was enough to shatter one's eardrums turned into a sound wave, attacking in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the air was swept up into a violent wind and evaporated, the ground shattered, and the streets almost collapsed. Although the arena wasn't reduced to rubble by the attacks of the two vampires who had just reached Tier 7, the terrifying destructive power of the familiars created a 10-meter-wide crater at the epicenter of the collision. Wu Yan stood in the middle of the crater. Wisps of smoke rose from his hand, but his body was unharmed. What? The two vampires' expressions froze. Chapter 887. When everything calmed down and everything returned to normal, the atmosphere in the air was deathly still. The two vampires were completely dumbfounded, and they no longer had the slightest reaction. The reason why vampires were known as the most powerful demon race was because they could freely command familiars without suffering the side effects of devouring lives. But now, the familiar beasts they were so proud of had been stopped by someone else's bare fists, and the other party was completely unharmed. Even if the other party is an attack mage who specializes in dealing with demons, the two vampires couldn't accept it. Little did they know, Wu Yan's heart was also in turmoil. Even though they had just reached the 7th tier, the familiars summoned by the most ordinary of vampires with mediocre bloodlines had actually depleted a full 10% of his mana in the clash with them. Wu Yan isn't some random vampire, he's a primogenitor who stands at the pinnacle of all vampires. If he used this 10% of his mana to maintain the daily operations of Itagami Island, it would be enough to last an entire month. And now, this 10% of his mana was used up in the clash with two vampires' familiars. No wonder vassal beasts were called the strongest among the demons by vampires. No wonder these otherworldly summoned beasts are synonymous with destruction and destruction. No wonder they're called the embodiment of magic. He flexed his hand, which is still smoking. The two vampires aren't done yet. But Wu Yan's eyes were filled with joy. He's fully experienced the might of his familiars. He believed that the familiars he summoned would be several times stronger than the familiars summoned by the two ordinary vampires. This would definitely become one of his strongest attacks. The time to summon his familiars is imminent. Wu Yan took a deep breath to suppress his excitement. He looked at the two stunned vampires. His gaze was no longer as cold as before. Instead, it's friendlier. Since you've helped me out, I won't make things difficult for you too. I won't make things difficult for you guys. Waving his hand, Wu Yan is in a good mood. Without waiting for the two vampires to respond, Wu Yan walked up to Kotori. He patted her shoulder, who had been standing quietly in the same place. All right, let's go. We'll be in trouble when the island's guards arrive. Kotori ignored Wu Yan. Instead, his expression seemed a little strange. He stared straight ahead in a certain direction and muttered to himself. Something's not right, that person. Wu Yan tilted his head and followed Kotori's gaze. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. In the corner, a girl about the same age as Kotori, 14 or 15 years old, is sitting on the ground. Her hair is tied into a ponytail with a blue ribbon. She's wearing a school uniform. Her petite face isn't as sweet as Kotori's, but she's still very cute. Her big round eyes have the same burgundy color as Wu Yan's. However, her eyes are filled with extreme fear and terror. She stared blankly at Wu Yan and the two vampires. Her emotions are clearly directed at Wu Yan and the two vampires. Wu Yan frowned when he saw the girl slumped on the ground. That girl. Wu Yan scratched his face and lowered his head. He seems a little familiar. Kotori seemed to have heard Wu Yan. She shifted her gaze from the girl to Wu Yan. Her eyes are filled with disdain. Have you fallen to the point where you call a cute girl a familiar face? This sentence successfully woke Wu Yan up from his memories. He almost fell over as the corner of his mouth twitched. Am I that thirsty? Who knows? Kotori pursed her lips and hesitated. Is that girl okay? She doesn't look right. Why didn't she take refuge? Wu Yen is confused. The alarm was so loud, it's impossible for a normal person to come here. She looks like a normal person. Who knows? Kotori didn't say anything else. Only Wu Yen knows that Kotori's mind is spinning rapidly. She's probably thinking about something. The two vampires are nowhere to be seen. The delinquent who was kicked away by Wu Yen is also gone. Only Wu Yen, Kotori, and the girl sitting there staring blankly at Wu Yen are left. The atmosphere is very strange. Wu Yan's eyes darted around as if he's hesitating. In the end, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and walked towards the girl. The girl gives him a familiar feeling. It shouldn't be an illusion. After all, he has full memory. But this also confirms that he hasn't met her before. If he did, Wu Yen wouldn't have forgotten her. Then, with his full memory, there's only one possibility for her to give him a familiar feeling even though he doesn't have any impression of her. This girl is most likely a character from the original story of this dungeon world. It's a pity that Wu Yen, who isn't that familiar with the skill, can't recall it. At that time, he didn't have full memory, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to recall all of his previous memories. He can only try to get in touch with her. As Wu Yen approached, the girl's blank gaze followed Wu Yen. When Wu Yen was in front of her, the girl raised her head. Her blank expression is very cute. That. Wu Yen thought about his words and waved his hand. You. Wu Yan's words seemed to have awakened the girl from her stupor. Her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with fear and dread. The girl shrieked and interrupted Wu Yan's words. No, like a young girl who had seen a ghost at night, the young girl moved her legs and moved backward while screaming in horror. No. She hugged her head and shook it with all her might. The girl's fear is on full display. Wu Yen stiffened up and he quickly opened his mouth. Don't be afraid, I mean no harm. Don't come over. Don't come over. The young girl didn't listen to anything and continued to move her body in fear. The expression in her eyes was clearly an expression of extreme fear. If this continued, it wouldn't be strange if her nerves collapsed due to fear. Don't. Demon. This. Wu Yen didn't know what to do. He could only retreat and try not to get close to the girl. Kotori narrowed her eyes. This girl seems to have a phobia towards demons. Demons? Phobia? Wu Yen looked at Kotori in shock and pointed at his own nose. Are you saying that she mistook me for a demon? Kotori rolled her eyes and grumbled, You're a demon, you vampire. But? Wu Yen was confused. I didn't summon a familiar, I didn't bare my fangs. Kotori sighed and pointed at Wu Yan's eyes with her jewel. But your eyes changed color, didn't they? Wu Yen froze for a moment, then he remembered his eyes changed color because he got too excited after witnessing the power of a familiar. I'm afraid this girl was just passing by and happened to see you fighting those two vampires. She has a phobia towards demons, so she didn't run away immediately. She was lucky enough to see you use your bloodline. Kotori shook her head and glanced at Wu Yen. It's best if you don't get close to her for now. Ugh. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched, he felt helpless. All right. Wu Yen looked at the trembling girl and pursed his lips. He was about to leave with Kotori when a crisp voice entered his ears. You really did cause a ruckus. Chapter 888. It's really a big mess, a crisp, tender and majestic voice echoed. Wu Yen and Kotori, who were about to leave, froze. Someone's here. That's not the main point. The most important thing was that the two of them didn't even notice that someone had come. After exchanging glances with each other, the two of them relaxed their bodies and slowly turned around. They raised their heads and looked in front of them. Dust was still rising from the crater caused by the familiar beast's attack. Pieces of gravel rolled down from above and landed in the pitch-black crater, producing a strange rustling sound. Small but clearly visible cracks spread out from the center of the crater, stopping only when they were about 10 meters away. With that as the boundary, the rest of the streets were still intact. In the middle of the smoking crater, a petite figure is standing there. She's even smaller than Kotori and only slightly taller than Flandre-chan. She was wearing a black pleated Gothic lowly outfit. She looked like a princess, but also like a noble. Her long black hair hung down to her waist and was divided into several bundles. The ends of her hair were slightly curled up like a tornado. It didn't look exaggerated, but it was very pleasing to the eye. She's holding a parasol in one hand and a lace fan of the same color as her outfit in the other. Her face is exquisite. Her facial features are as beautiful as a sculpted doll. Even Wu Yen, who's used to being surrounded by beauties, can't find anything wrong with her face. She looks very young. She's a beautiful girl. To be more precise, rather than calling her a beautiful young lady, it would be more appropriate to call her a young girl. Her height. She's not even 1.5 meters tall. Blinking his eyes, Wu Yan's expression is more or less one of shock. Could it be the person who snuck up behind me without me noticing? Could it be this little girl? He and Kotori exchanged glances with each other as they looked at the petite girl. They both activated their system perception. They scanned the girl. Natsuki Nangong, level 82. When the words level 82 entered Wu Yen and Kotori's mind, they froze in shock. Then they became even more shocked. The little girl in front of him was only a little older than Flandre-chan and Yoshino. She's a Tier 9 powerhouse. This. Wu Yen opened his mouth. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You can't judge a book by its cover. Kotori nodded in agreement. Her red eyes kept sizing up the girl. But she's pretty cute. The goth girl named Natsuki seemed to have sensed something she didn't like. She met Wu Yen and Kotori's gazes with her sapphire eyes. She slowly parted her lips. So it's you too? The source of the abnormal mana. Wu Yen and Kotori reacted. They frowned and looked at Natsuki. Could it be? Wu Yen asked Natsuki Nangong with uncertainty. You're an attack mage of Itagami Island? Yes. Well, there are people who have taken up such positions. Natsuki raised her parasol. She used an immature yet dignified voice to say that. Wu Yen couldn't help but feel a little helpless. I didn't expect an attack mage to be dispatched for a small brawl. Itagami Island's security sure is good. A small brawl? Natsuki Nangong looked at Wu Yen with a smile. She pointed at the hole in the ground. So this is considered a brawl? If that's the case, I'll have to re-evaluate your abilities. But you are right. Nangong Natsuki changed the topic and slowly walked over. It's just an abnormal mana, there's no need to dispatch an attack mage. Natsuki walked over to Wu Yen and Kotori. She walked past the two of them and stopped next to the girl with a phobia of demons. She stared down at her from above. My students are trembling in fear. As a teacher, I can't ignore it. Teacher? Kotori stopped spinning her pearl and looked at Natsuki Nangong strangely. You said you're a teacher? Although your reaction is similar to what I expected, it still makes me a little unhappy. Natsuki clicked her tongue and turned around to look at the girl who was paralyzed on the ground. You're Koju's sister, Koju Nagisa, right? Nangong Natyu's serious face didn't change at all, but there was a trace of pity in her eyes. Pull yourself together. Ugh. The girl called Nagisa and Nangong finally noticed someone standing in front of her. She looked up in fear and saw Natsuki Nangong's petite figure. After being stunned for a moment, Xiao Nagisa finally reacted. There was a teardrop at the corner of her eyes as she threw herself at Natsuki. Sensei Nangong. All right, stop crying. Natsuki Nangong sighed and patted Nagisa's shoulder. She then turned to Wu Yen and Kotori. Her gaze turned hostile. You guys seem to have made my student cry. Oi, wait a minute, don't accuse an innocent person. Wu Yen quickly shook his head to prove his innocence. Yeah. Kotori pointed at Wu Yen with one hand on her waist. He's the one who made that girl cry, not me. Kotori. Wu Yen was at a loss for words. Strictly speaking, Nagisa was the one who was afraid. But if he didn't approach her, she wouldn't be this scared. It's not wrong to say that he made her cry. No, I definitely didn't make her cry. Wu Yen tried his best to deny it. He said righteously, how can I do something as ungentlemanly as making a girl cry? Kotori's gaze turned hostile. You rascal, you've been plotting all along, haven't you? Why would you come to such a conclusion? Seeing the two siblings ignore her and stand in front of her, quarreling as if there was no one else around, Nangong Nayu's forehead was filled with wrinkles. However, if one looked carefully, they would see that the faint trace of wariness in her eyes was slowly lowering. Even Nagisa, who was looking at Wu Yen with fear, was stunned by the scene in front of her. The fear in her eyes was still there, but it wasn't as strong as before. Enough! Natsuki Nangong couldn't stand the noise and raised her hand to stop them. If you want to flirt, you can continue later. Don't be an eyesore here. Why would you come to such a conclusion? Who's flirting? In short, Natsuki Nangong closed her eyes and placed the parasol on her shoulder. The two of you, come with me. Tell me what happened. Of course, if you want the guards to investigate, that's fine as well. Natsuki raised her parasol and she started walking down the street. Nagisa followed her with a panicked expression. She didn't want to stay in the same place as Wu Yen even if she had to die. She followed behind Natsuki and she didn't want to stay in the same place as Wu Yen. Wu Yen was speechless as he watched Natsuki Nangong leave with Nagisa. He couldn't help but complain. She's leaving just like that? Aren't she afraid we won't follow? Of course not. Of course she's not afraid. Kotori said exasperatedly. She has the strength of a tier 9, and she saw our faces. Plus, she was able to hide behind us without us noticing. It's easy for her to find us on this man-made island. That's true. Wu Yen had a headache. He asked Kotori, then should we follow? Of course. Why wouldn't you go? Kotori revealed a seductive smile as her eyes lit up with interest. Maybe we can get some information from her. After all, you're not that familiar with this world. That's true. Wu Yen muttered and nodded. Then let's follow. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.